And we should be live.
All right, let's verify before I launch into the spiel.
The captions are
Let's
going.
verify.
The
Okay.
captions are going, which is a good indication that it's working.
Okay, good. In that case, dear audience, welcome to the final chapter of the Ultraviolet Catastrophe, a 5-part miniseries brought to you by Standing Stones and Hearthside Enclave. Today we're playing Karma, a game about consequences by Frenzy Kitty Games. I'm August. You can find me for the time being on Twitter at Harpydora or on Tumblr, losing my goddamn mind about Minecraft at Strange Harpy. Uh, Playing with me today, we have Danielle.
Hi, I'm Danielle. I use she, they pronouns, and you can find me on the internet at RedTailTalk90.
We also have Dirk.
Hello, I'm Dirk. I use they, they, and he pronouns, and you can find me on Hope's Hearth and on PF Diva and various places. I exist.
We have Jade.
What up? It's me, Jade. I'm not a boy or a girl or anything particular, but I'm on the internet at Jade Oxford Rose and I use they, them pronouns.
And as always, in the anchor position, we have Shrog.
What up? This is your boy. It's Shrog. I use he, him pronouns. You can find me on the internet if you want to.
Fair and valid. Our lines, which are things we absolutely do not want to see, are homophobia and transphobia, racism, sexism, anti-Semitism, violence against children and animals, sexual assault, domestic violence or intimate partner violence, unwanted pregnancy, plagues and pandemics, and alcohol abuse. Our veils, which are things we're fine with addressing but will just fade to black on, are steamy situations, graphic descriptions of bodily harm, and terminal illness. With all that out of the way, let's get started. So Karma is a really great game. You scroll back up in the document. Basically, you start out by picking a playset where you answer some world building questions. You create your characters, which also have some playset related questions to them, and you play out scenes, and the scenes allow for complications to be introduced by people who aren't in the scene, and you can roll to determine the outcome of the complication, and you can affect that roll using a quote-unquote karma die, which you can use to either influence it positively or negatively, and depending on how the karma dice get used will determine the amount of dice you roll and of what type you roll at the end to determine the final outcome for your character. So the playset that we have chosen is Paradise, and the blurb for Paradise is stranded, isolated, desperate. None of you can remember exactly how long it has been since the plane came down, but it feels like you're never going to get off this island. This is a bad situation, and the weather and dwindling supplies aren't making it any easier. Something needs to change soon, or we're all dead. So, why don't we take turns reading the answers, reading the world building questions, and reading our answers to them?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll start off. What caused the plane to go down? Is it understood or strange? And our answer is an electrical storm of some sort caused the crash.
Describe the island. How big is it? What does it look like? There are black sandy beaches all around. You can lap the circumference of the island in a day. Crossing it is much more difficult due to terrain. I'm going to say it's rocky terrain. And the interior of the island is dense, thorny foliage.
How long have you been here? Most have stopped counting, but Talanor's daystick has over 50 notches.
Who is seen as a leader among the survivors? For a short while, everyone looked to Vivian as the one who might have had the training to help, but it quickly became clear that they didn't have any more of a real plan than anyone else. Anyone else with the energy left to come up with an idea? Sure, they can be the leader, for whatever that matters to them.
Describe how the weather is causing problems. It's incredibly hot and humid, and it doesn't rain much.
What supplies there surplus of? What supplies there shortage of? Plenty of food, very little fresh water. There is a spring with good clean water, but getting to it is tricky, and transporting it in any decent quantity is difficult.
Is anyone responsible for hunting or foraging? Ow, motherfucker. That hurt. These are rotating duties. I'm glad the captions actually did motherfucker right. Good.
Incredible.
A+.
These are rotating duties. Whether they get completed to anyone's satisfaction is a thing of contention.
What dangers lurk on the island? Extremely poisonous snakes, as well as volcanic and seismic activity. It doesn't look like we have an eruption anytime soon, but there are geysers, there's unstable terrain, and earthquakes as well.
Where'd it go? Is everyone aware of these? Yes, we learned about them fairly early on, all the various issues during early attempts to scout the island for resources.
In terms of describing our camp, we have repurposed parts of the plane and or the fuselage. We've made some surprisingly sturdy huts out of palmetto fronds, and we have a well-dug-out fire pit surrounded by scavenged-up seating.
There's one question, if you're familiar with the playset that we're skipping, because it can skirt a little close to anti-indigenous sentiment. So the next question that we have is, what is currently preventing your rescue? Electrical storms are stopping us from getting any sort of radio signal out, and while we can't say for sure, it's probably why we've not seen any boats or planes in the area. A very large barrier reef and breaking waves make swimming/boating out there dangerous.
How many rescue efforts have been made thus far? There have been 5 failed escape attempts and 2 rescue operations that we know of that passed us by. In all cases, we couldn't get past the barrier reef and communication was impossible. The rescuers have moved past our location now in their sweep of the area and may have given up completely.
Are there any other survivors? Who? There's one other survivor. It is Giazai, Talanor's husband.
We chatted a little bit because I just want to like there were probably other survivors of the crash. Not anymore. You know, we've been here a while. Shit's fucked. But there were people who survived the crash to then fall victim to parts of the dangers of the island or injuries or during the escape attempts. Mm-hmm. So, because now we're just down to 6 people. So, shit is well and truly fucked. Thank you, Packbat. Yes, you are quite a succinct summary of events.
Now that we've got our world building out of the way, let's discuss our characters. I think, by now, you know who we're playing. But we've done a little character building for this particular setting. Let's go ahead and go through up to our relationships, and then we'll take turns answering the questions. Mm-hmm. Instead of everybody answering the questions.
Yeah.
as part of their intro. So,
Makes sense.
I'll be playing Marius Favors, uses they them pronouns. The role from the playset that they occupy is a reality TV star. This is, if you are familiar with Follow the Leader, this is the Marius who helps run the popular YouTube series What the Ghost. So, Ghost Hunter Marius. They are a short and willowy person with long dark hair that they keep in a braid that is looking messier and messier these days, and their once pale skin is red and peeling due to being unused to this amount of sunlight. Their virtue is measured, their vice is selfish. Their relationships with the other player characters, with Talonor, it is one of resentment. With Rebel, they're indifferent. With Fee, they are friendly. And with Vivian, it is mutually beneficial.
I am playing Talonor Jezrin, he, they. He is a traveling businessman. He's broad and kind of rugged, has a bit of stubble, but makes a point to shave every day. His hair is longer, significantly, than we've seen previously in other iterations. Showcasing a bit of natural curl and frizziness, he keeps it up in a bun. He has hearing aids, but they have broken. Very much the image of the kind of crunchy businessman who does free climbing on weekends and takes a satellite phone camping. His virtue is courageous. His vice is rash. His relationship with Marius is dismissive. Relationship with Rebel is indifferent. Relationship with Fee is resentful. And with Vivian, competitive.
As usual, I am playing Rebel Vanguard, they, them pronouns. The role I have picked for Rebel is musician. And because of who I am as a person, I've decided that Rebel is a soundboard musician, sort of a YouTube thing, but not basically. They are a musician, and their primary instrument is a soundboard. I have a specific artist I'm thinking of, but I cannot remember that person's name for the heckin' life of me. Rebel's description is Mask of Center Pacific Islander with curly dyed hair. It's blue and purple as per usual, muscular and solid, and just so many piercings. Their virtue is generous. Their vice is cowardly. Their relationships with Marius is support. With Fee is respect. With Vivian is authority. And with Talonor is resentment.
So once again, I am playing Delphine O'Reilly, who goes by Fee. This time around, I almost rolled past my part of the document. From the playset, they are traveling for business. In this instance, they are they do a lot of consulting for TV and movies, which is how they can afford to fly inexpensive plane trips. But they're a scientist. I am purposely keeping that vague. A description: they're tall and lean, still managing to do. They're doing a better job of avoiding sun than Marius, but they do have distinctly more freckles than we've seen before. The same big grey-green eyes and increasingly faded indigo bangs. So their dress sense is punk meets business casual. Given the clothes that they've managed to recover, it might be leaning slightly more business casual, but then everything gets ripped, so we're right back to punk. Their virtue is humble. Their vice is lazy. Their relationships, Marius is respect, because they're the Ghost fan, okay? With Talonor is fear. With Rebel is resentment / frustration. And with Vivian, it is friendly.
All right. I'm playing Vivian Blackthorn. They, them pronouns. You know them. You love them. Their role is the steward. They are femme in a mask way. Tall, muscular, very, very pretty. Maybe a little, less so just from being disheveled. In not the fun way either. Still has the long red hair. Their virtue is attentive. Their vice is self-righteous. Their relationships with Marius is support because someone has to. With Talonor is resentment, but oh boy, is that about to get complicated. With Rebel is untrusting, and with Fee is friendly.
All right. So we have a list of questions that our characters each have to answer. So starting at the top, why do you think the plane went down? And Marius's answer is, there are too many factors to name just one possibility. Everything from the pilot, the computer, or something mechanical could have failed, and I do not possess the appropriate education to say which.
The pilots were incompetent.
Jesus.
Because somebody in the cockpit fucked up big time.
Keep clicking away, I'm sorry. Probably something affected the plane systems. Navigation first, then something with the engines.
Vivian has an explanation ready for anyone who asks, and won't admit it, but thinks somehow it just doesn't quite add up.
Right. How do you feel about being one of the few survivors? Marius says, I'm glad to be alive. I just hope I stay that way until help arrives.
Nothing could have prepared me for the vast swathes of complete boredom. Sometimes I think I'd rather be dead.
Sorry, I love this version of Talonor so much.
He sucks.
He's a dick.
I know. The way Rebel feels about being one of the few survivors is weird and confused and a little guilty.
Fee feels torn and will not elaborate beyond that.
Vivian will have time to feel guilty once they know that we've really survived.
Who do you trust the most? And for Marius, that is Fee.
Vivian, because they're the most competent of the other people here.
Rebel trusts Marius most. They don't think about what they say, but they mean well.
Probably Vivian, because they at least don't put off vibes I can't figure out.
Similarly, Vivian trusts Fee. They're predictable, and I don't think they're hiding anything.
Who do you think isn't doing enough around the camp? Marius says, I'm well enough aware that a folklore degree and a ghost hunting show are not conducive to surviving in the wilderness. There's no need to rub it in.
Once again, Vivian, not because they aren't doing anything, but because I know they've been holding back recently.
Rebel's answer is definitely me.
For Fee, I'd say me, but then again, Marius. Like, I get it, they have big indoor cat energy, but they aren't the only person here out of their comfort zone.
Vivian's response is, well, so far, who is doing enough?
Damn.
Damn.
What is waiting for you when you go home? For Marius, that is Tari and Annabelle, Davy and Theo, the show for what it's worth now.
Assuming the business hasn't gone under without me, a multi-million-dollar company and a hot shower.
A cold shower, a dozen missed videos and gigs, a fresh inhaler, and food that doesn't have sand in it.
Grant applications and my succulents.
Friends I drifted away from when I took this job. The dread of choosing to either leave that job or face this trauma every day.
Wow. Poor Vivian. Do you want to go back home? And for Marius, that is more than anything.
God, yes.
Not really, but the beds here suck.
I sure as hell don't want to be here anymore.
Please, God, yes.
And rounding out the character questions, do you have any hope that rescue will come? And my hope wanes with each passing day.
No. We're getting out of here on our own power or not at all.
Of course it will. Someone's going to get us off here, right?
I'll let you know if I manage to muster some.
Vivian's response is, of course, and crossed out next to that is, because who knows what the others would do if I didn't.
All right.
These guys are so fucked up.
Yeah.
It's a mess.
Entirely.
I mean, to be fair, I don't think, going through a traumatic, disastrous event like this is going to bring out the best in everybody,
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Sure is.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, we're gonna do our intro scenes in a moment, but I know it got mentioned a little bit in the chat, but for anyone who's maybe just listening to this, this is a much more mundane version of these characters or the world. Ignoring the fact that this is the universe where What the Ghost happens, and we do know that What the Ghost has met actual ghosts for the most part, especially compared to like space magic and mermaids. This is definitely much more a place in the world that we would maybe recognize. And to that end, I want to clarify, because I don't know if it's going to be something that actually just gets said outright. This version of Fee is not telepathic. I'm sure this will not cause any problems at all when 4 other sets of memories dump into their head at once.
Oh boy, it's just gonna be a fun time around for everyone.
Oh yeah.
So now that we've done all the setup, I just want to read a little bit from the Karma the Karma book. At its heart, Karma is a game of collaborative storytelling. All the players have an opportunity to direct. Well, as written, it's 5 scenes, but I've never met a Karma game that didn't run long, so we're doing 3 scenes in addition to an opening scene and a finale. The opening scene and finale are slightly different to regular scenes. On our turn, we frame a scene by describing who and what is involved and then play it out. Explain what the scene looks like, where and when it takes place, and who is there with your character. Your scenes should aim to progress the group story and or your character story. Sorry, I lost my place in the document. During the scene, one of the other players can interrupt the flow of the scene to introduce a complication. They're small plot twists and unexpected turns in the story, and they require a dice roll. When you add a complication to a scene, you describe what happens. Then, together with the active player, you determine the positive and negative outcomes of a successful and unsuccessful complication roll. We also frame opening scenes which don't have complication rolls, and the finale will deal with that when we get there. So the first thing that we want to do is do our opening scenes, and we discussed in the chat that the opening scenes would probably be best served having the karma characters, how they got to where they are now.
Mm-hmm.
So why don't we shake this up, because we can, and let's go in reverse alphabetical order for this.
Uh-huh.
Alrighty. So if we're going like flashback style, I'm going to go back to Vivian at the airport where they work, getting to the doomed flight, passing by a gate agent, this very tired-looking, incredibly average man, just gives a little nod. Just, hey, Viv. Hey, Dave. Then Dave calls up on the intercom as he's working the desk at this gate for passenger or standby passengers. Rucker, Young, Corey, Faraday. Just apologizes. The flight is completely full. All confirmed passengers have arrived. We're going to work to get you on the next one. Vivian gets on board. Starts preparing their normal routine. They've been working here a while. They're happy to see one of their preferred coworkers, Ed, is also working on this shift. Things are going okay. Things have been a little rough for decorum and politeness on airlines recently. But there's only maybe one trouble passenger in business class. It all seems to be just another day on the job, and all hell breaks loose. Just kind of flash montage style, trying to get everyone braced as plane starts to go down. Vivian ends up being the last to reach their crash position, but they've done all they can to get the passengers protected for all the good that it ends up doing. They are taking stock after the crash. People that they work with are dead. The pilot's dead. Most of the passengers are gone. And they're trying to claw back to old camping trips and old first aid courses that they, took at the local community center, just trying to remember how to keep people alive, trying to take charge because this is their job to keep people safe, regardless of whether there's, any vehicle to keep them on. And then it's been a day, it's been a week, it's been 2. They start to lose count. They have been trying and doing everything that they can. And no progress is really being made. And they eventually just start to get worn down and realize they can't keep going the way that they have been, because they've been going at 100% or more, because who can say whether rescue is just around the corner? How long will they have to keep this up? And eventually they decide they can't keep doing this, and they slow down. Someone else is going to have to pick up this slack, because they just can't fucking do this anymore.
Good times.
Yeah.
We cut to another montage, but this time from a different perspective of Fee looking very tired, but sinking into the seat on the plane gratefully. Clearly, this is the second part of a flight, or the connection there. See them making conversation with other passengers and seemingly getting on pretty well. We cut to a look of horror on their face as we're in the aftermath of the crash, and the person they've been talking to is dead, grievously wounded, and no escaping the knowledge of just how died and how scared they were when it happened. We cut again to them desperately working with Vivian and a couple of others to try and salvage some kind of communications system together, and them swearing, because they are not a fucking engineer. They are not that kind of scientist. They're a biologist, wishing that their friend was here who knows so much more about machines. And we get cut again, and it's just them sat watching the fire, looking around at the other survivors, wondering what they're thinking, trying to figure out what the fuck to say to anybody, what they might need to hear, and having no idea. And we see them just steadily getting increasingly depressed. They run out of the medication they had with them, and just every day gets a little bit harder to get up and do their part. And they're just really fucking tired.
The next montage we see starts with Rebel sitting and flirting with somebody. We see Vivian pass by in the background, Rebel failing to notice them entirely. The announcement comes overhead that the standby passengers will need to go to a different flight. We see Rebel laughing and placing a hand on Erwin's arm, and then watching and waving as Erwin walks away towards where they get told, you'll need to be on another flight. we see Rebel matter-of-factly picking up a carry-on suitcase and one of those side sling backpack bags, and very matter-of-factly carrying both onto the plane. We see Rebel, you know, sitting in a window seat, looking at the window, um, flagging down Ed for, well, not even flagging down Ed, but we see Ed come to offer Rebel, do you want a drink? Do you want snacks? That sort of thing. And Rebel's, we can see Rebel nodding and smiling and maybe flirting a tiny bit, but not like actively or aggressively, just, a flirty person talking to somebody who's on the job and being, respectful about it. I think we see Rebel putting on headphones, fiddling around with a laptop, falling asleep. We see, the chaos of the crash and Rebel like doing their best to help the people around them. And we see probably like Ed or another airline attendant yelling at Rebel to put their own gear on, and they do. And then we see Rebel later on the beach, sorting through the plane, basically going through and pulling out anything and everything that's useful, rummaging through the various supplies, and basically all the luggage that was left that didn't belong to any of the survivors. We see Rebel, you know, um, like basically like talking to various people, offering them like pills from bottles or uh looking apologetic, like, no, I don't have what you need. Um Probably like giving some to Fee as well. Uh and then we see um Rebel trying and failing to do a bunch of different like outdoorsy things, where when you see somebody who's good at it doing it, it looks like it should be really easy, and then you try it and you realize, oh shit, that is actually way more difficult than I expected it was going to be. um you maybe see other people like yelling at Rebel or sneering at Rebel, and Rebel just like gradually uh, backing up, backing away, closing down, retreating from the others. And we see Rebel spending a lot of time uh, in the water, swimming around, um, maybe trying to search out other paths that might let us get past things, but mostly just swimming, spending time. We see a lot of Rebel like sleeping and generally avoiding others. And as we get closer and closer to uh, this critical date, we see Rebel, just sort of lying across like one of those couch type things from a plane or something, and staring off into the middle distance, not asleep, but also very much not paying attention to anything that's really going on.
And we rewind again and start from a fourth perspective. We see Talinor sitting with Giazai in the airport. Talinor is on the phone talking to some business partner. He's not like yelling into the phone, but he's not exactly being considerate about the fact that there are other people around him. And we see the call for boarding to start. Talinor picks up both of their bags and shoulders them, still on the phone, talking on the phone the entire time up until Vivian has to come by and be like, "Sir, you need to put your phone away. Like, you need to put it on silent." And he settles into business class with Giazai. Makes sure that Giazai has like a pillow and a blanket. And just is weirdly like, he's very animated the entire time they're taking off because he can't do anything until like they reach cruising altitude, and he's like, finally, and takes out his laptop and immediately starts tapping away at that, right? We see the crash and Talinor getting his own oxygen mask on and then helping Giazai with his. And in the water, helping to like support Giazai, because Giazai can't swim very well, out of the plane and onto the shore in the middle of this storm. And then going back in after he gets Giazai onto shore for other people who might be in the water. And the day after, we see him like glaring at his hearing aids and like shaking them, trying some percussive maintenance kind of deal, but they are super broken. And then signing to Giazai, like, I'm going to go see what I can recover, and getting started on the recovery efforts of everything. And it's just every single day we see him get up. He makes a notch in the stick he's using to keep track of days. He stretches, and then he gets to fucking work like a man possessed. We see him like yelling at Rebel, like, why aren't you working? We see him like it's not showing off, but it is definitely like making sure at least that he matches Vivian's energy all the time. We see him yelling at Marius for not doing things. And and just like every day more and more frustrated that they're still here. But every single day he gets up and he makes a mark on the stick, and then he gets to work. And some days that work is, doing things around the camp. Some days that work is going into the jungle to get resources, supplies, food. Some days that's going spearfishing, or working to cannibalize more of the plain, or working on a raft to maybe help them get past the barrier reef. We see the aftermath of one of their escape attempts, and he is digging graves alone because he was really nasty to anyone who tried to help. And then we see him get up the next day, put another notch in the stick, and get to work on another raft. And it just kind of iterates on this over and over and over. And in the background of like all of these scenes, we see Giazai, like, for one, Giazai is not working nearly as hard as Talinor is, because he's a reasonable person who recognizes, like Vivian does, that doing that just means you burn out faster. But Talinor never yells at Giazai. And I think Giazai makes positive relationships with the others much, much more easily. He seems to be genuinely like a laid-back, easygoing kind of person who always sees the best in people. And he does a little bit of that thing of like, oh, well, Talinor's just tired, or he's cranky because he can't communicate with everybody, kind of thing. But I think that at a certain point, Giazai's just like, yeah, no, he is being a dick. You're right. Oh well. And with the others, we kind of saw this deteriorating of self. And we see that with Talinor, but we don't see that in his particular... He's still doing the same thing every day. He's still getting up and going to do it. It's just like his shoulders get lower, and he does a different iteration on a raft that is only slightly different from the one before, and very much a defeatist kind of attitude is sinking into him, but he still doesn't stop working.
Oh boy. Once again, we rewind. We've got Marius facing Kari and saying, "Don't worry, I'll call you every night. I'll be back shortly." And then we cut to the airport where Marius is like looking a bit uncomfortable. I don't think they've ever enjoyed flying. This is no exception, but it's a necessary trip. And they get on the plane, kind of. I don't know. I think maybe they roll their eyes at Talonor a little bit. Secretly very glad that they decided not to book business class. And they get settled in, put on some headphones, and just listen to potentially a rival podcast.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think we need to necessarily focus on how things go as the plane goes down, but they emerge from the wreckage mostly whole, little scuffed, little worse for wear, and panicking a little. I don't think they're very useful in trying to rescue anyone else. I think mostly we see them on the sand with their head between their legs, trying not to hyperventilate. But as things progress, we see them I think that it takes a day or two for them to come out of the shock and start doing things, but like we heard from their character introduction, they're not the most useful person. They try to take some cues from Vivian, and as far as things to do and how to do them, try to take some cues begrudgingly from Talonor, but it does not work out well. They may not be the weakest link, but they're definitely a weak link.
Mm-hmm.
And it shows. They get progressively more and more sunburnt as time goes on. It's not pleasant. They complain about it. I don't know that they necessarily make it everyone's problem, but, it's one of those things where, Marius is sunburnt. We understand this.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the weight of it all is definitely pressing down on them visibly, as they keep an eye on Talonor's time passing stick. But they keep going. They may not like it, but they keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Which brings us to our first scenes.
I can't believe they made a universe in which Marius is better adjusted than Talonor.
It's Kari. It's Kari, man.
Listen, statistically, it had to happen.
I don't know that Kari is an excuse. Talodor's got Giazai for once.
That's the problem. Finger guns.
All right. So our first scene. I do want to note that the game does have a flashback mechanic. Everybody can get one flashback, not counting like our opening scenes that are setting up everything.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to have a flashback, you get one. So you don't have to use it, but it's there. It's available for maximum emotional damage if you want to use it that way. So
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage. Do we just wake up? Whoever decides to go first, do we just wake up with this, or is there like a storm going? And then, given the proliferation of electrical storms over and around this island,
I like the idea that we wake up like this.
I mean, combine.
that's true.
Yeah.
Like early hours of the morning, like the sun would be coming up, but there's this cloud cover. No respite from rain. We don't get that. We just get lightning.
Yep. And I think Talinor is probably one of the first people to get up, just based on his whole deal. And oh god. Am I setting the first scene then?
Sounds like you
I
are.
guess I am. Fuck. So I think he, like, groans and puts his hand to his head, and kind of rolls over onto his back, and stares blearily through the gloom at the roof of their little hut. And we hear Giazai stir beside him. We hear Giazai stir beside him, and when he hears him, Talinor freezes, and then bolts upright, and turns to look at Giazai with wide eyes.
So I can think of a complication here.
Uh-huh.
And feel free to veto if you're not feeling it, but I feel like the most obvious complication is, can Talinor keep it together seeing Giazai?
Yeah, I think that's a good one. So I personally don't think he will do very well. So I'm going to just nudge my karma track up a little bit to give myself a negative die. And then roll.
I don't think Tatsu does fancy stuff, so you'll have to roll your 2d6 and then your 1d6 and do the math.
Yeah, we'll say the first two dice are what they are, and then the third die is its thing.
Mm-hmm.
A 2, a 5, and a 4. So I rolled a 3, which is not a pass.
It's a little less than 7.
It's a
Just
little.
barely.
It's a little less than, yeah.
Just a smidge.
So I think he yells and falls backward out of the hut, like stumbles back. Well, I guess he's still kind of sitting, so it's more like a weird shuffle on his, like, with his butt and hands kind of thing. Scrambling away into this storm that's still going on. And we can hear Giazai like shouting, like, "What's wrong? Are you okay? Is there a snake?" But I think Talonor just runs and doesn't stop. And I think that's the scene.
Good googly moogly.
Who's the most likely to wake up based on what's just happened?
I mean, who normally manages to sleep through the storms anyway. That said, I don't know enough about weather. I assume an electrical storm doesn't have to be too noisy. I don't know. I know nothing. Science side of Twitch audience. Answers in the chat. But yeah, no. Regardless, that's not the issue. Like, if you would normally sleep through the storm, then I don't see why a bit more yelling on top of it would affect you. But if you'd be awake anyway, we're all used to Talonor yelling at this point. Like, does it even register anymore?
I'd like to say that Marius may be jumpy enough to to be awoken by this. And I think I think Marius like notices Talonor running, but doesn't necessarily go after them. I think instead Marius chooses to wake up the others. So this is a scene with everybody else, I think, and Marius is just like, "Are you here?"
God.
How do folks respond to that question? Because like Marius gives no further context on that question whatsoever. That's just they go around waking everybody up, and they're just like, "Are you here?"
I think Vivian is waking up, memories flooding in, refusing to acknowledge this as anything more than a dream, because, well, magic isn't real. None of that could have happened. And when Marius asks, "Are you here?" just puzzled. Where else would I be? What happened, Marius?
And I think
Actually, no.
Marius... Go ahead.
I think Vivian would call you Dr. Favors, if that is, like,
Yeah.
Marius's preference.
Yeah, that's definitely Marius's preference. They didn't get their PhD for nothing. Um, but Marius looks at Vivian and says, You don't know what I mean?
I think at this point it becomes more of Vivian is trying not to acknowledge it.
I don't think Marius is necessarily aware enough to pick up on that.
Mm-hmm.
So you just see like this stricken look on Marius's face, and they turn to Fee and Rebel and say, "Surely you know what I mean."
I think Rebel woke up pretty quickly. Like, Rebel sleeps heavily, but when they wake up, they wake up. and I think definitely they sort of like drag themselves to join like the others and watch this conversation happening between Marius and Vivian, and just sort of like scrubs at their eyes and says, I know what you mean.
For Fee's part, they don't really say anything, but as there's this flash of lightning overhead and the camp is like flooded with light for a moment, you all can see like tears sort of running down their face. And you can just tell from the look on their face that they understand exactly what Marius is talking about. This is possibly the most alert looking and engaged you've seen Fee look in a good while here on the island, too.
I think Rebel does like open their arms to Fee. Like, this is a thing Rebel does, is like try to offer people like emotional comfort and hugs. It's definitely a thing that was more present towards the beginning, but Rebel does definitely like offer Fee a hug.
I think Fee being in this state is what caused Vivian to snap out of it. Like, no, this is happening. This isn't just something that I could shake off.
We should have a
Fee doesn't-
complication.
Oh yeah, we should.
Giazaki.
I was going to say, well, technically Danielle's the only one not in the scene right now, so Danielle has to come up with the complication.
Yeah, I think the obvious one is GSI comes out of his tent. But that's not as much of a complication for you all, right?
I mean,
This would specifically be a complication for Marius,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Has something that can have a good or a bad
Yeah.
consequence.
I have a thought.
What?
What if August rolls well, Marius is able to take a measured response to Giazai coming out. If August rolls badly, Marius has like a drastic or really bad reaction to Giazai that possibly alienates Giazai further from the situation or the group or something like that.
Literally every complication is just GXI exists.
Yeah, I'm totally down with that. Yeah, so
Of course, the person who works on the ghost hunting show is going to be the first one with a complication other than the husband of, oh, the dead guy's here.
Yep.
Just, mwah.
I don't have any inclination either way which way I want it to go, so I'm going to just roll a flat 2d6 for this and not use my karma.
Mm-hmm.
And the response is an 8.
Nice.
That's done.
So Marius looks at Giazai and looks around and says, I see. Well,
Incredible. Very good. Just I see.
Did you all see where Talonor went?
He's not with you?
No. He was startled by something. And by the time I got out of bed, he wasn't in sight.
Oh. This is in character. Rubble's just like, oh, yes, I figured it out. Oh, shit.
yeah, Marius is able to put two and two together and goes, ah. Well, I suppose we'd better find him.
Oh, this is gonna go great.
I think that's a good line to end the scene on.
Ah, yes, good.
Okay, I would like to take the next scene because I know what I want my scene to be.
Good.
Hell yeah.
Do it.
Love this. Decisive action, yes.
I want my scene to be explaining the situation to Giazai.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Listen.
Huh. If anybody wants to be in the scene with me, A+. Otherwise, it's just gonna be Rebel. Giazai, before we go after Talonor. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh, fuck. This is a fuck of a story. And you're gonna think we're nuts. You're gonna think we have actually lost it. Scrubs their eyes. I think we've lost it.
I think Vivian is here. A little resentful that Rebel was insistent on having this conversation, given their determination on this subject last time. It's like, no, wait, this isn't your job.
And, I think what Rebel starts off with is, like, okay, I'm gonna tell you this, and it's gonna sound absolutely insane, because it is. But I need you to, like, really remember the fact that, like, I have not fucked with you like this. I do not fuck with people like this. And, it would be really stupid to fuck with you like this. But, the thing is, oh, fucking hell. And, I don't think Rebel, like, goes into... No, wait. I'm gonna, like, actually have the words. I think what Rebel says is... So, there's some kind of magic bullshit happening, and got to do with multiple dimensions, and the four of us, and also Talanor, and long story short, as far as Talanor is aware, you've died like 4 times, and they're freaking out a little bit about it.
Vivian is fully just head in hands, just like, God, this is the worst way you could have explained this.
500%.
I think Giazai just looks increasingly more worried. And he, like, after you have said this, he, like, reaches out hesitantly to, like, touch your shoulder, and, like, tries to steer you over to a seat. Just like, have you been drinking enough water, Rebel? I know we've had a bit of a shortage, but, like, that doesn't mean that you can ration yourself like this.
I did not do that, Giazai. I understand why you think that. But I am not hallucinating. I have not had anything weird to eat. I have had enough water. I have had probably more than enough sleep. But I'm not fucking with you. There's nothing... Okay, there's many things wrong with me, but this is not because of that.
And I think he, like, looks to Vivian for help. Like, I think... Do you think maybe they could be poisoned?
Vivian looks incredibly uncomfortable, just... The problem is, if they're hallucinating, we all are. But you aren't.
And you ate the same
None
thing
of this...
we did.
None of this sounds like it should none of this is causing something to itch at the back of your mind.
I think their worry turns a little bit to irritation. And he says, look, I know you guys don't like Tal, like, understandably so. He hasn't been his best self while we've been here. I get it.
Oh, I know.
But if you don't want to help me find him, you just have to say that, okay? This is a very mean trick to play.
It's not a trick, Giazai. And trust me when I say we are all intimately aware that Talonor has not been his best self. Trust me when I say that. And we will help, well, I will help you find Talonor. And probably Vivian will too. And maybe not Fee and Marius. Possibly maybe they will. I don't know. But this is not about disliking Talonor. And even if it was about disliking Talonor, we would still try and help him. And then be pissy at him. I am trying to prepare you for when he sees you again and either flips out again or, I don't know, fucking starts crying. Have we ever seen him cry? Rebel is like looking around at the others.
Rebel has seen.
No, I didn't want to.
Bitch, you have.
Rebel has seen Talonor cry. None of you have seen this version of Talonor cry.
Yeah.
Mm.
I want to stress that Fee is not present for this. I'm going to use the term conversation loosely. And it's probably just, given that it's still pretty out, is trying to get stuff together to go find Talonor. When Rebel was like, I'm going to explain to Giazai what's going on, Fee just walked off. They also haven't spoken yet.
Yeah.
I think Marius is with Fee. Or at least, doing, not necessarily with Fee, but like following Fee's lead on, gathering stuff up. Still trying to think of a complication, though.
Solo. I mean, I don't want to make it another Giazai related thing.
Yeah.
But it kind of is.
I mean, the storm is still going on.
Yeah.
Ooh, I've got one. Although I don't know, it's not directly related to Rebel.
Yeah, picture anyway.
The thing I'm thinking is a lightning strike fells a tree to make like the direction that Talonor ran impassable.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that is a good one. Yeah, I'm gonna roll with that because on the one hand, yes, it doesn't necessarily apply to Rebel directly, but on the other hand, I have lost the dice channel. Here we go.
Was it something like Rebel is just like, look, let's just go find Talonor, and like starts marching off?
Yeah, I was going to say, if it's a positive outcome, you're able to end this conversation with Giazai early enough or convince him to come with you in that direction. And if not, you're still trying. It's like you're good consequence. You like, okay, you're not ready to believe me. I'm going to go get Talonor. And bad consequence is you are trying, because you genuinely believe that Giazai needs to know, you're trying to make him understand, and it takes too long, and the tree falls and blocks the path.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Because then it's sort of
really good.
because then it's sort of like reflecting Rebel's choice in this moment.
I like it. Oh wait, I almost did that entirely wrong. Fuck. Okay.
So what are you doing? Are you giving yourself an extra dice, or are you going to be taking one away? What you doing?
Nah, I'm gonna let it go straight because both of these are really good options. Got an 8.
Nice.
Uh,
I don't think you've convinced GSI, but I think he stops questioning you.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So, Rebel's just like, yeah, all right, this will have to do. And so are all 5 of us like able to get up the path before the tree comes down?
Or enough are to direct the others a different way, like.
So,
Yeah, that makes sense.
oh, I don't have any more, so I guess that's scene.
All right, Jade, you're me.
If you've got an idea for one, take it. If not, I can take back it.
I mean, there's a logical progression of us trying to find Talinor. That's the simple option.
Do you feel inspired to frame a scene? It's a simple question. Yes, we all
And
know what
this
the general
audience is
next
true
plot
love.
beat is.
Mhm. I am torn on what scene to make of this.
Okay.
Um,
Feel free to talk it out.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if it's just the moment where we find Talinor again. And if so, has Vivian plowed ahead enough, like, that just fucking leaving Rebel behind? GSI's probably more in shape enough that he can keep up. But no, I think Vivian's just like, look, I know that he can't have gone that far because this island is not that big. But I need to be fast because he is fast.
I can be down with that.
Yeah. So yeah, I think I'm going to make Danielle also face the consequences of their choices, and play 2 characters in this scene.
Cool.
At your discretion. Just that seems logical.
I think Vivian is probably able to push a little bit ahead. I think GSI's kind of sort of in shape, but also I think he's more of like a bookish type. So I think Vivian does get a little bit ahead. And they find Talonor, like, huddled up under some rocks. Like, it's not a cave, but, like, it's a little outcropping into, like, a rocky cliff face kind of deal. And he's huddled there with his head in his hands and crying.
Vivian's not entirely sure how to get, his attention. But I think they just stand some respectful distance away, and if he does notice that they're there, they will give him the same signal, the same hand signal that they used last time, that was established from the Going Rogue universe. Being just between the two of them.
I think it takes them a while to recognize that you're there.
And that's fine.
But they look up. They start a little bit because you snuck up on them. They can't hear you coming. And he sees you do this hand sign. And he scrubs at his eyes and does it back.
And they'll get closer, sit down just next to him. And this Vivian knows a little bit of ASL from their job. It made sense to try to learn enough.
Also, Fee can have taught you some more in the past few weeks.
Yeah. So, I mean, they can kind of converse. It's stumbling, and they do kind of rely a little bit on you to be able to read their lips to fill in the gaps. But that they're looking a little bit lost and sheepish. And I think what they lead with is just, well, I suppose I did ask for this.
I think Talonor signs something that you don't know the sign, but you're pretty sure it's a curse of some kind. And he kind of like elbows on knees, head in hands, rubbing at his forehead. And he looks up and he signs I don't know if I can face him.
I think Vivian isn't sure what to say to that. I think they didn't really expect this to come up yet. As much as they sincerely meant what they said. And I think eventually this, I think, is something they don't really know how to convey in sign, but they'll say, I know that you're strong enough, and I'm here to help you. I'm here to help you is definitely something they are able to sign, though. So that is just doubly emphasized.
I think this is the point when GSI comes crashing through the underbrush. And Talonor, like, does a really sharp inhale. Because he didn't get a good look at GSI before. But now in this kind of, like, gloomy pre-dawn stormy light, and he stands really shakily, and then just pulls GSI into a crushing hug.
We need a complication. This feels like a good place for a complication.
Agreed.
What if there's a lightning strike? And oh, it's a good thing this isn't a consequence for Talonor. I think on the positive side, it lands close enough to startle everybody into going, we should get away from here. And since this is for Vivian, I have no idea for a negative.
You are struck by lightning and killed instantly.
No.
That's how karma works, right?
Oh, damn, that's still not a consequence. No, maybe it's a consequence for Vivian.
Talk it out. What you got?
So I'm thinking something like on a negative, the lightning strike hits and like does something to Giazai, either connects them to previous lives or possibly in some way replaces them with the house version of Ed, something like that.
I'm not really fond of either of those. I don't think I want this to be magical bullshit.
That is
As fun as it
very
is, I think this is a game not for that.
Yeah. Snake is also an excellent idea. Honestly, like Snake is a
Correction.
fabulous idea.
There is a rustling in the bushes, and on instinct, Vivian is going to go to stop whatever it is, you know? Because, like, these snakes do not fuck around. Though they're poisonous, not venomous. But regardless. Positive consequence, it was a snake. It was going to do something bad. Or pose a threat to the group. Negative, not the snake, was the lizard.
Ooh.
Oh.
And I'm not going to say you kill the lizard, because that feels excessive and final in a way I don't like, but it's definitely going to be, there'll be this moment of, you know, you immediately recognize it and it just fucking runs away.
Mm-hmm.
The plot hook.
The
You
MacGuffin.
yeet whatever it is.
Yeah.
And if it's
This bitch dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeet.
If it's a positive, then it was a snake, and if it's a negative, you yeet the lizard.
Yep. Good shit.
Yeah, I should just
God,
roll this
yeet the
flat.
lizards. I was going to say yeet the lizard. That sounds like such a euphemism, but I don't know what for.
I think Yeet the Lizard is a Warped Tour band.
Oh my
Or it's a fencing move.
I do like having positive dice at the end of things, but I can't say that I'm especially interested in this result, so I'm just going to roll flat.
Mm-hmm.
I should have done the negative dice because I got a 6 anyway. Yeah. It is about half a second after I have done the motions to like Vivian probably does have a hatchet with them is the thing.
Uh-huh. Sure.
I think-
Fire axe is probably on a plane.
Yeah, I think luckily they're a bit too slow and instead on instinct grab this thing around the neck and throw, and then they realize that's not a snake. Fuck.
What if it's like you do that and then you catch that of your hand, and rather than it being the possible toxin that we've seen on these eggs, it's left like a bioluminescence on your hand that you immediately recognize?
Yeah.
As opposed, just because less of a wait, was that a lizard? More of a in the moment, like you acted instinctively and that's fine, but then you realize like, oh shit.
Oh, god damn it! Why did I think of this 5 seconds too late? I really should have done the negative.
Well, you would have got the same result. So
Yeah.
you just haven't earned an extra positive for later.
Yep, that's fine. I just thought of something to keep in the back pocket. It's fine.
Make a
it's
note
a
of it.
surprise tool that will hurt us later.
Mm-hmm.
It's a surprise tool that won't help us later.
That's already the title of the latest FTL episode.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that I necessarily have anything else for this scene.
Maybe it's just like a looking around, and all of us, as the rest of us sort of arrive, if we all did. Did we all go into the woods?
I think so.
Rebel did.
Cool. Just double checking everyone's there. It's like we get there, and then it's like Vivian being like, and we all see the bioluminescent stuff, and we're like, oh shit.
No, I think they hide it.
They hide it.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Very interesting.
spicy.
Plot thickens.
Is it like you like smearing it on like a leaf or something, like out of sight, just like,
hmm
or like shoving your hand in your pocket or something as simple as that?
Yeah, I think it's a combination.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
So do we want to take a break here?
Yeah, sure.
Uh,
I'll think
Jade-
about.
Doesn't
No, I'm happy to take the break, and I'll try and think of what I want to fucking do for my scene.
okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Valid.
Oh, you said
Nice.
round, not scene. I can't
Yeah.
read.
That's okay. Let's take the
That's
break
still-
now.
Yeah, it's all good.
All right.
Alrighty.
Be back in just a moment. And we're back.
Woo!
Alrighty. So it's my scene. So I think we'll get back to camp. Oh, I just saw the description Pack Pat's put in the chat of the ending of the scene. That's so good. Don't know if it'd work in an actual TV show, this story, but I just had a mental image of the Vivian yeeted the lizard reveal being when everyone leaves and the camera hangs back to show the bioluminescence they wiped off their hands on a leaf. I'm just like, mwah. Love that. Very good.
A+.
But yeah, we the next scene, it's solidly daylight now. We've got everyone back to camp. The storm has passed, and now it's that fucking obnoxious sun overhead again, once more. And Fee is going to start gathering stuff up for the travel to the water fetch. Because of how my brain works, I think what we've done is like fixed up a couple of like water carriers out of life jackets that we salvaged from the airplane to create like a watertight bag. We just can't fill. We could have made the bags bigger, but then the weight of the water would make them bust out. So it was that sort of compromise between volume versus the strain on the bags. But what they haven't said is that with a whole bunch of new memories kicking around in their head, this may not be their specialty in this life, but in an environment like this, as hot as it can get, the best place to find mushrooms is probably going to be near the spring. So he's going to head over there. They still haven't spoken out loud to anybody yet. Whether anyone's noticed that, I leave up to you guys. But given there's been a lot going on.
I think Rebel has noticed. And they don't try to push Fee about it, but they do keep glancing Fee's way, just like worried about Fee.
Sure.
And I think we'll offer to go with Fee to get water and like wait for a positive response before doing anything.
I think Theo give a thumbs up. One, because it's better to have two people when getting water because you can carry back more. And two, given how dangerous the island is, people don't tend to go places by themselves. Because if something does happen, you need somebody to be able to get help or help you. So we'll give you just sort of like the nod and the thumbs up. It doesn't make any secret about the fact that that's what's happening. Either will like sort of catch Vivian's eye and be like, make it clear that's what they're doing. Yeah. Because we start making our way. Like, I assume there's a path we've managed to clear for part of the trip. But then it is just a matter of climbing and pushing through shitty foliage. Like, the Maybe we've taken measures along the way to like lash stuff back with like more of that palmetto fronds to try and make it a little bit easier to traverse, but it's still like slow going.
Mm-hmm. I think they're probably about halfway there when Rebel says, I owe you an apology.
Eyebrow goes up.
From vague gesture before.
They go to sign a response and then they realize that while you've probably got like some of the basic signs down, they don't know if you would recognize this. So they do say out loud, which before?
There is a moment of awkward silence. Very much, I don't want to admit things. And then finally, first two, mostly, especially in the house. And, I think mostly in the house, I was a jerk.
Yeah, you were. You feeling bad about it or something?
Always. But, I owe you an apology.
All right.
I'm sorry. Your secrets weren't mine to tell.
I'll sort of give a little head bob of there is this sort of like accepting of the apology, even if it's not like forgiveness.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just like, I hear your apology and I take it in the spirit it is being given.
And there's a moment, and I think Rebel adds, I feel like I should apologize for the first world and where we started and my feelings and that sort of thing. But
You don't owe me an apology for how you feel or felt.
yeah, that's where I was gonna go with that. I you never like you knew and you weren't like shitty about it, and feel kind of guilty that you had to deal with knowing, but
You didn't know I knew.
yeah.
This feels like a good time for a complication, but I'm having a hard time coming up with one.
Anybody got one?
I feel like it has to be something to do with the mushrooms.
I mean, yeah, the simplest one is this is a relatively mundane world. Hard to tell. It's that Avatar scene: delicious tea or deadly poison.
Okay, so is the complication we find possible mushrooms, but there's no way to tell for sure what they are? Positive it's one, negative it's the other, or is it we find mushrooms or we don't?
I think it's fun if you find mushrooms either way.
I agree.
So I think it's just, what are they?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Right. Fee's going to make some marks on the path so we can find this spot again. And I'll roll the dice and see what happens. Important question. Is Rebel strong, Dirk? I know they're like solid, but that doesn't necessarily.
Yeah. I think Rebel is decently strong, but I think most of that strength is knowing how to leverage their solidity rather than like being able
Sure.
to bench press a lot.
I hear you. Okay. I am taking a negative die.
Hell yeah.
Or using a negative die. However we phrase this. Wait, where's my pool? There's my pool. Yeah. Yeah, it is the one at the end of the character section. Yeah. Okay. Jeez. Wait, no. That's 7. Minus 2 is 5. Excellent. So I mark out the space where we are. Have we gotten the water yet? Do you think, Dirk?
Well, it depends. Did Fee indicate that they were specifically looking for the mushrooms? Because as far as Rebel's aware, we're going for water.
Yeah. Fee didn't come up in conversation. I think the only words that have been spoken are the ones that we just did in the scene, and it, for all intents and purposes, Fee was planning to get water as well. And it's okay if we haven't gotten there yet.
Well, I feel like we would have seen these mushrooms before if they were like along the way. So
yeah.
So either like he is like going out of their way to look for them, or I think we've already got the water.
Okay, so we've got the water. We're coming back, and we spotted them. And I think it's like the island dwellers have probably seen them before, but we now have context. And Fee drops down, and is fully prepared to do what we've seen them do before. Like hand in like the moss and try and talk to them. Because even though this world's Fee doesn't have any context for that, they have all these memories now of it being possible But when they do so, I think this cloud of spores just kicks up and they collapse. This is what I was asking if Rebel was strong.
I think even if Rebel was strong, well, Rebel is like strong enough, but I think Rebel has asthma.
Oh yeah.
So I think Rebel's first instinct is to go, oh, fuck. And,
We've also got like a decent amount of water between us as well. Like
yeah.
a liter of water weighs a kilogram, right? So
Yeah. So I think like Rebel panics at first because it's like, oh shit, I have to get Fee. But also if I go in there, I will also collapse. And then it's like, oh wait, no, I have water. I have water, and then, water everywhere to bring the particles down. And then
oh
get
my
Fee.
god, that's what you're gonna do? Incredible.
Mhm.
Instincts of a champion. Fucking hell.
Yep. So uh just basically like pours water on the mushrooms, and then sort of carefully drags Fee out of range because it's no good if they're both collapsed in the mushrooms. And then it's like, okay, let's get Fee somewhere that is away from here. And I don't think a Rebel is strong enough to like bridal carry Fee, but I think they can at least do a fireman's carry. So unfortunately the water containers get left. So,
I think the camera lingers as Rebel carries Fee down through the path of like the mushrooms just faintly glowing. Just a little bit. A little glowy.
Little
But that's
glow is a
seen.
treat.
Little glow is a treat.
Right. Round 2.
well, I think the natural start to this is Rebel comes back to camp with Fee over their shoulders. And is just like, hey, help! And like probably puts Fee down like in the middle of the camp, and yelling for the others because what the fuck else? What do?
I think that Talinor has situated themselves with their back to the water. I don't think that the other Talinors are particularly used to being this disabled by their deafness, because they either have some kind of magic bullshit or super sci-fi bullshit to help them. And so they're just they've got their back to the water so that they can kind of keep an eye on everything that's going on. And so I think they see Rebel coming through the brush, and run over to them, to take Fee. And
Mhm. Yeah, I just wanted to mention that like Rebels like first response to Talonor coming up is to not quite flinch, but like to hesitate. Uh and it's just a moment, but you know, the thing.
Talonor doesn't question this, but takes Fee from Zem and carries Fee over to one of the little huts to get them out of the sun. At which point I think everybody else kind of cottons on to what's happened. And I think Talonor lays them down, kind of cushions their head, puts them into like a recovery position, and signs what happened.
I think what Rebel signs back is like Rebel has not gotten a strong grasp of ASL because they haven't wanted to talk to Talonor. But they've picked up enough to basically sign like water and like I think there's probably like some pantomiming, like a little bit of charades, and finger spelling. I think there's probably a lot of finger spelling. So basically, water, mushrooms, and then makes a gesture, and then spells out spores. So, and basically just communicates what happened to Talonor until like Giazai or Vivian get over and can explain better. So, and there's like gesturing at the face and the chest, like I think there's something wrong with Fee's breathing. So, that sort of thing.
I think Vivian has enough medical training that they would help. I don't know how much this is going to add to the scene narratively, but it sure can be happening.
You know what? That's fully legit.
I think Giazai comes over relatively quickly and begins interpreting. And I think together with Vivian, they like do a sweep of Fee's mouth, make sure that there's nothing in their airway, like try to listen to their breathing and their heartbeat. Have the mushrooms affected Fee in any noticeable way besides the fact that they're now unconscious?
What a good question.
That
Could
sounds
that
like
be
it could
the
maybe go one of
complication?
two ways.
I mean, it's technically Dirk's scene. Excuse me, it's Dirk's scene. So,
Yeah, but I think it's fun if something has happened to Fee because of the mushrooms, or like it could be either the mushrooms, like we can identify what happened to Fee, if anything, and maybe on a negative, like we know something's wrong, we don't know what or what to do about it.
Hmm.
Unless there's other suggestions, because I'm not supposed to be suggesting them for my scene anyway.
Oh, that's good.
That is interesting, Packbats. That's
Ooh.
very interesting.
Yeah,
Shout out to
well,
Packbats in the chat once again, pointing out
yeah.
that did Rebel get affected? It's just happening slower. Or it's just it's very interesting. Thank you so much.
That is a much better idea. I was thinking vaguely about that, but I didn't know how to like make that into a thing.
Okay, well, is Rebel passing out like this is something we're prone to doing with karma, which is bad thing is happening, but it's actually the positive outcome because it's what you want, or it leads to something useful.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, so maybe it's happening to Rebel slower, and Rebel can identify what is happening, and
mm,
thus help figure out how to help Fee. Or on the negative side, either nothing is happening to Rebel, or it's happening to Rebel and Rebel doesn't recognize it. I think on the negative side, nothing happening to Rebel sounds more interesting.
okay.
So,
With the
yeah.
implication being that Rebel is like immune, or
Um,
the
not immune, just managed to stay out of the spores.
all right. Just wanted to clarify.
Yeah. And dag nabbit, now I am in a situation because I want this to go positively, but I also don't want to have additional negative dice.
Almost like that's the point of the game or something. To force hard choices.
You leave me alone. I will come dangle you by your ankles, sir. I am definitely going to add a positive dice. So,
So you just rolled 3d6.
yeah.
Hey,
Well, you needed it.
I sure
yeah,
as fuck did.
a 2, a 1, and a 5.
Yep. So, yeah, I think what happens is that like Rebel comes to sit down and like catch their breath and watch everybody take care of Fee, and like gradually goes from I am out of breath because I carried a whole person down,
Mm-hmm.
through a forest, to oh wait, no, I am not still out of breath because of the exertion. Something else is wrong.
I have an idea about what these particular mushrooms are doing. If you need the pitch
Yes, please.
or want it. Um, Related question: how much has this version of Rebel dabbled in illicit substances?
Mm, not excessively. Like probably
But
like
some.
yeah, a little bit of weed, a little bit of shrooms. Probably nothing too hard, like not like
Oh,
crack or cocaine or anything. Probably a couple
okay.
cigarettes once in a while.
Okay, and then I think what occurs to you is it's not that you can't draw breath properly, it's that you're breathing slower because your heart rate is slowing down. And you sort of have this realization that it's like a soporific. It's making you sleepy and super relaxed, and it's just probably that Fee got hit with so much of it at once, and also being that they're quite like lean as well. Like there's not a lot on them, so it's going to hit their system fast. Like effectively, they're a lightweight. So, but I think it would occur to you that this is what's happening. Because I want this to have sort of like, again, a little bit like magic mushrooms, a little bit of like a LSD or a peyote vibe, just sort of like, people probably use this. Like it has like maybe a purpose, like people might use this in like rituals and things like that as a way to get into the headspace for meditation or vision classes or whatever. I don't know enough about any religious practices to accurately describe something, just sort of like pop culture osmosis. So I don't want to be speaking to the accuracy or similarity to real life practices, but that's the vibe.
Yeah. I think
It's not poisonous, is my, alcohol's poisonous, but it's not like it's not snake poisonous.
Yeah, so I think like as Rebel starts to realize what's happening, Rebel goes, I think I know what happened because it's also happening to me. And I think we will probably be okay after sleeping a lot. I'm gonna go to my and also take a nap. And sort of like crawls to their feet and stumbles back to their space to flop down and sleep.
So, I don't think Talinor would let you. I think he angrily signs, and probably Rebel doesn't catch any of the signs. Like,
Nope.
Giazai has to interpret like, absolutely not. You're gonna stay here with Fee so we can keep an eye on both of you. What is happening? You can't just say, I think they'll be fine and leave.
It's spirit journey is weed.
Oh, for fuck's sake. They're high.
That one points at Vivian, probably pokes her in the shoulder too hard. Pokes them in the shoulder too hard. Like, oops.
And Talinor signs, okay, but if it's a downer, that means it still could be dangerous. You're staying here.
Rebel says, fuck you! Not you, GSI. And, somebody will have to, like, physically restrain Rebel to keep them from leaving.
Yeah, Vivian will do that.
Rebel also says, fuck you to Vivian, and does try to, like, climb around them.
See, Vivian actually is strong.
Yeah.
Rebel is weakly. But, like, I think Rebel, like, gives up after a little bit. It's just like, sure, and hugs Vivian. Vivian is now getting hugged.
No one is happy about this.
Rebel is.
That feels like scene.
It sure does.
Who's next?
I feel like we haven't heard from Marius in a hot minute.
It's true.
Yeah! Get the doctor
having-
up.
Having a hard time thinking about what Marius Singh could be, though.
Mm-hmm.
Do a flashback.
Could do a flashback, yeah.
That might not
I'm
be
not-
any easier to think of, but you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just about to say, I can't think of a narrative service for the flashback. Like, maybe this is Marius fiddling with the radio equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're not like an electrical engineer or anything, but they've been around, various lab equipment in a previous incarnation, so maybe they can do something with the equipment.
Mm-hmm.
And
Also, like, Kari's probably talked to you and Annabelle about, like, the equipment that you've used on, like, what the ghosts and stuff.
yeah. So Marius is fiddling with the communication equipment. Because they feel like that's all they can do.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have any medical things to help with Fee. I don't know how well this goes, though. Like, or if does anybody find them while they're doing this?
I'm sorry, my character is unconscious and cannot be a scene partner right now.
I just feel like I've been in a
Mine is
lot of
hugging
scenes.
Vivian.
Yeah, I also feel
Yeah,
like I've been
also
in a
that's
lot, so
happening.
I'm just like, but if nobody else wants to take it, then I do think Talonor would, while Fee and Rebel are sleeping it off, I think Talonor would come find Marius.
I don't think Marius, like, because of their resentment of Talonor, I don't think Marius has picked up much sign language.
Oh yeah, that's valid.
So I think when they see Talonor coming, they stand up and they wave Talonor over to a patch of sand and they pick up a stick.
Mm-hmm.
And they write out what's up.
I think this Talonor does speak. He just doesn't like doing it in most cases, particularly without his hearing aids. And I think he says Fee and Rebel are sleeping. We think they'll be okay. Probably. Hopefully. What are you up to?
Marius writes out working on radio. And then writes out can't leave us here. Hoping that, because, they can't write out a novel
Yeah.
with their full thoughts, but hoping that Talinor picks up on the idea. It's like, can't leave us here.
I think Talinor nods. They're picking up what you're putting down. And he... I think he kind of like crouches down and like shifts his weight forward and back. And he looks up at Marius and he says, "Do you think we remember being us?"
Marius looks taken aback. And I'm trying to figure out what they write. It starts off with hope not. And then they continue. Not all of us as good. Maybe just me.
I got a complication ready for you.
Oh, please.
So as this has been going on, you've been pausing to talk, write out stuff with the stick, but you've got the radio there. And whether it's who can say what it is, but it starts crackling.
Oh, good.
In your hands. On a positive, you're able to get a clear enough signal to hear somebody and maybe even get a message out. Negative consequence is that in your desperation to try and clear up what's happening, you're going to break the radio further.
Oh. Oh.
You're welcome. Hi, hello, I'm Jade. I'm here to cause problems on purpose. I'll be here all week.
Oh, I love that. I love that. I love both of those. I wish I could move my karma die, but that's the name of the game. You got to decide how you want things to go, and I'm gonna roll this flat 2d6.
Ooh.
Oh, 5 and a 1.
Oh,
Rough!
Oh.
rip.
Bye, radio.
Yep. I think maybe there's, some rocks here, and the radio crackling to life startles Marius into dropping the radio, and it bounces off one of the rocks.
Oh no!
Oh no.
And they close their eyes. Like, they just know they fucked up. And they just take in a couple of breaths, pick up the radio, and I think this is one of those things. I don't know that any of them have heard Marius swear, but I think everybody who's conscious hears a resounding fuck yelled at the top of their lungs. And unless Talinor has a particular reaction, I feel like that's a good place to end the scene.
No, I think he just kind of quietly watches this happen.
Yeah, you don't need hearing aids to tell what's going on. All right, Danielle, Jade, or Shrog.
I have a bit of a weird parallel to this.
Oh, please.
I think Vivian has gone to retrieve Talinor's broken hearing aids. Maybe there's some compartment from the back of the plane where, normally you'd have like a drawer full of pretzels and snack mix. And I think it's just some place to keep small items. So it made more sense than just leaving them in one of the makeshift shelters that, where things could be more exposed to the elements. And Vivian is also going to try to do some tinkering. Because, well, they can't exactly make things worse for Talinor. And I think it's also a little bit selfish in that they want to know whether these previous lives, like, matter to this mundane world in a way. Because I think the only real places where they picked up any mechanical know-how were probably from having to scrounge in the Going Rogue universe. Possibly a little bit from doing crimes in the House universe. Who can say? Not the cops, that's for sure. But yes, I think Vivian has gone into the wreckage of the plane and is taking, I don't know, components from those cheap-ass free headphones that get handed out, whatever else, and is just attempting to apply this knowledge from another place.
Good shit.
So I have a potential complication.
Yeah? Yeah, you think?
Yeah. I don't know if it's positive or negative, but I think like one of the results is Vivian makes something that is not headphones and will possibly be a tool we can use later, but it's not the hearing aid, I should say. So
I like the idea that the positive in this moment is the hyper focus of I have to accomplish this for reasons. And even if it's helpful to, the overall goals of, getting us out of here in one way or another, making something new is a negative as far as Vivian is concerned in this moment.
Nice.
And now that I think about it, I think it would be really funny if what Vivian made instead of replacement hearing aids was something we can use to communicate with our origin world. You can veto that if you don't like it, though.
We'll think on it as I prep dice. I mean, this sounds like a fun opportunity to throw a negative in there. So I should copy this command. Move my karma tracker, which has not moved yet. Into 4 + 1 minus.
No, you still roll just 3 dice.
Yeah, I'm saying where my track is. My pool
Oh,
is.
apologies.
Yeah, you're good. All right. Vivian is too good, actually. That's a 4, 5, and a 1, so I still get an 8.
I have a detail for you as sort of Vivian is like getting this together, pulling on this information from past places, and it's sort of just like coming together in their hands. And when it's done, you just, as you sort of come out of that hyper focus mode, you look up and the lizard is looking at you. It does a little tongue thing. And it does a sort of the Pascal the chameleon from Tangled kind of little nod of approval, and then fucks off.
Cool.
It clearly does not begrudge you yeeting it before.
I want to add a little audio to the soundscape here. Now that you mention this hyperfocus, I think it's unclear, like in the movie version of this, as we like to say. It is unclear whether this is diegetic to Vivian in any way. But I think as they're working on this, you hear the ring of a Bakelite phone, and you hear the crackle of an earpiece between, people on a space station. And then it snaps back, and they put the final solder in place.
I was going to offer another thing.
Yeah. No, did I miss a thing?
You don't realize that you're humming a sea shanty to yourself as you work.
I love it.
Ooh.
Good shit, good shit.
It's very
The
good.
best.
Yeah. But it comes together. And I go find Talinor. No. I find Giazai.
Okay.
Do you actually want to have this interaction, or is that where the scene ends?
Danielle, do we think we need to have this interaction? I think it's just Vivian hands over the hearing aids. I guess it's more, do you think GSI wants to get to a different spot with Vivian than he's at.
I think when you hand it over, GSI looks at you with no small amount of like surprise, and wonder is too strong, but something akin to that. And I think this is one of those like, geez, I will remember this. Parentheses positive.
Exactly.
And it will also serve to like make him think about what Rebel said in a slightly different light.
Good shit.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yes. What? What? Tiny criminal?
Loki is
Make
causing
better
problems on
choices,
purpose
Captain.
again.
Mm-hmm.
How long does it take Fee to wake up?
I think they get like, it's not like a full night's sleep amount, but maybe like 4 or 5 hours.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Like a good chunk of time.
Well, how about this? I think this scene is Talonor kind of sitting next to Fee. I think Rebel has woken up at this point, because Zay got a weaker dose. And so it's just Talonor in the little hut with Fee, as they begin to come to. And Talonor is just sitting quietly. I think he has the repaired hearing aids. He's just kind of like turning them over in his hands. He looks thoughtful, parentheses negative. When Fee looks at him.
They can't really see what he's holding on to. So they sort of tentatively sign, "Are you okay?"
I think the movement is what makes him realize that you're awake.
Sorry, 1 second, please. Cat, do not! Fuck off. Get down. Thank you. Please, continue.
It wouldn't be a StaSto thing without pet interruption. And he kind of ignores the question, and says, and signs back, "You're awake. How are you feeling?
This is the first positive interaction these two have had on this island.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so it takes a moment because so much of signing is the body language and the facial expressions and the intent behind it as much as it is the signs themselves. So Fee immediately, cat. Excuse me. What was the question? I'm so sorry. I saw a cat looking like he was going to leap onto something. He should. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Fucking criminal. What was the question that Talonor asked Fee?
Just how are you feeling?
I think they're slow to sign back. There is that apprehension, but it's also like battling a lot of other stuff. Um, what it sort of the answer boils down to is fine, just foolish.
I'm glad you're okay.
And then they'll repeat the question, how are you?
He kind of does like a half shrug. And he signs I'm sorry you had to experience me as I was before.
They say, as well as sign, more to themselves, but I think they've gotten so into the habit of signing while speaking to Talon or it's second nature to just go, oh, it's the second time I'm having that conversation today.
Someone apologizing for how they treated you?
Yeah. Specifically, I'm doing like half-assed vague signing to myself. Shrug can see this, and is probably did because I'm on a webcam with him. But yes, I cannot do ASL or BSL, and it makes me very sad. And she's like specifically apologizing for things that happened before, though a different before in Rebel's case.
I think he just sort of nods and kind of hands over a canteen and signs, I'll go let the others know that you're awake.
They catch hold of your sleeve before you can go. And look like they're debating with themselves for a moment before signing. Oh, how do they put this? I think you can see on their face that there is an attempt to be tactful. Like the signs are clearly very deliberate.
Mm-hmm.
When they say, it's clear you and Josiah really love each other. I'm sorry. And that I'm sorry is carrying a lot of weight. Because although they weren't present for it in the previous verses, they've maybe picked up on it that Talonor doesn't like the person he was when he was with him.
Mm-hmm.
So that's that. I'm sorry you lost him. I'm sorry you're dealing with this now. I'm sorry that you're stuck with the version of you that you don't like, and how difficult it must be to have him here and realize what that says about you.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of having him here,
Are we gonna have that kind of a moment?
I feel like it's a great time for a complication.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
And I know that we keep leaning on Giazai, but Giazai is a great complication.
Yeah.
That continues to be a problem.
He just is.
So how about like he shows up either way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I think it's a matter of like how he reacts to what's going on, like on a negative outcome. I think he's kind of irked by the way everybody's acting and is demanding what's going on. On a positive outcome, I think he's more pensive and like, okay, maybe something is going on. What can I do to help?
You are so much kinder than I am as a person, August. Because my negative consequence reaction is like, oh, he thinks they're fucking.
Oh,
I thought about it, but I'm not the kind of person who's interested in like that kind of jealousy storyline. So
Me
that's
neither, but I like my thought was, I suppose, like, there's a level of intimacy there that doesn't necessarily stoke jealousy in the my husband is doing this, but rather this is a connection I don't understand.
okay. Yeah, that can definitely be part of
Not quite as crude as, oh, they fucking. I'm just, I like the memes. But like, I enjoy those misreadings when they have a purpose to them, where it's not just as simple as like.
Yeah, let's go with that also being an aspect of the negative outcome.
Blood and bones, Danielle.
I think.
Oh, you need to decide.
Well, I think Talonor says something here, and I think that also influences the. Because I think he says something that is rather damning. And so it's also kind of like,
Yeah.
does Giazai see what Talonor says back to Fee?
Yeah.
And I think he signs like thanks. I part of me thinks that I shouldn't make it out of here if this me is just going to turn back into him. I never had the opportunity to be cat, to be the person GSI deserved while he was alive. Oh my god, you're so dumb. You're such a dumb cat. There you go. Christ. Yeah. And so then I think it's more interesting if the negative does happen. So I am going to take another negative die. And roll.
Damn. Rough.
A 3. So
Wow.
So yeah, I think GSI comes in like the tail end of Talonor saying this. And I mean, I think it's because it's, if Talonor were saying it to GSI, then it would be like, oh, you're perpetuating this terrible like story that all of you are doing, right? But he's not. He's saying it in what he thinks is confidence to Fee. And like, why would he say something like that if he didn't mean it? You know?
Yeah.
And I think Fee can see over Talonor's shoulder. GSI gets like really pale. And he turns around and walks quickly away. And Talonor doesn't even know that he was there because he couldn't hear him.
Faye does obviously see that and quickly signs back. He deserves to get to know the you want to be, the one you're trying to be. He did just see what just do they say? No, they do, because I think they are at heart quite compassionate and honest, and say you need to go and talk to him because I think he just got the wrong idea about this conversation.
I think Talinor spins around really quickly and like just catches sight of like Giazai's back as he disappears perhaps into the jungle. Like not the way that Talinor ran away, but like down the path towards the water kind of deal.
Yeah.
And Talinor it's like fuck. And I think that's scene.
Very good. Trying to think what I want this scene for Fee to be. Who? I think we're going to go find Vivian.
Okay.
Because Vivian is the person Fee gets on best with here.
hmm
Or the island version of Fee did. And even in previous iterations, there's been a degree of understanding there. And what's Vivian up to at this point, having fixed the hearing aids?
Just try to think, because I didn't have a good sense of how to flavor the setting. It's possible that they're just tending the fire pit or something. Just like maintenance on the site.
Okay. Well, Fee will head over and is clearly looking like they want to talk about something, but maybe can't find the words yet, so is helping, like clearing the area, all that jazz, like joining Vivian in the maintenance of the site in that moment. Even if they do look a little bit like a stiff breeze might push him over.
Does it seem like Fee wants Vivian to start this?
I think the vibe isn't necessarily I need you to talk first, but more like I wanted to be around something that felt reliable. Or like they know where they stand with Vivian.
Okay.
I think they're looking for that kind of comfort in a way. And they do want to talk, but they don't really know what they want to talk about yet.
I think Vivian will leave that up to Fee and will just give them a part of the task to do. Just they can do this in silence until they find the words or whatever.
I am thinking about what to say. This silence is not necessarily in character, though I think the task is but nearly on the cusp of being finished when Fee finally does say something. Yeah, I know what it is. Will you be honest with me about something?
Of course.
Do you think we're going to get off this island?
I think at this point,
Mm-hmm.
it's a matter of perspective.
What does that mean?
I'm going to keep trying. Dalinor's sure as hell going to keep trying.
That's really not what I was asking, though.
I don't know what is going to happen to this version of us.
Fee nods.
I'm really concerned that our track record isn't the greatest. I don't know if we got out of the house. I don't know if we were able to get away from the station, or if any of us survived, even if we did. I don't know if we managed to get back to our ships as humans. I don't know if we are a charred spot on an empty field with a bunch of stolen equipment lying around it. I have to hope that we all made it.
Yeah. I sort of look down. I hate this. I don't know how long I can I don't know, Vivian. There is so much packed into my skull right now. And for the first time in my life, I can't hear other people. And that should be a relief with everything that is in my head. And it's not. I just feel like I'm stuck with all of it. I don't know what to do. What if we or a part of us is able to leave here and this version of me that managed to survive a plane crash is stuck with all of these memories of a thing that happened and being and knowing what it's like to be connected to other people and then just not being able to be forever fucking locked in their own head, stuck. I don't want to stay here, but I don't want any part of me stuck here either. Sorry, I shouldn't have.
Hey, no. It needed to be said.
Did it?
Yes. I don't know if I can make you any kind of promise. I'll tell you, the last time I tried didn't exactly go according to plan. I think all we can do right now is keep trying to get away from here. And if we do, I don't know what that's going to look like for you, or for me, or for Giazai and Talinor, for Marius, or for Rebel. I think my problems are a little more mundane than yours, but you're not going to be alone.
I have an idea for a complication, but I'm not sure if it's like too magical bullshit or not.
Hit me anyway. Suggest it. I want to hear
We're
it.
slowly getting there, I think.
I think it would be interesting at this point for a negative a negative outcome. Be like gets feedback from the fee that is here, like mental feedback from them, like kind of in response to what they've been saying about like being left here and being not being connected and knowing what it's like to be connected. And I think on a positive outcome, it's maybe the opposite, where it's like Fee gets the impression that this Fee will be okay, or at least this Fee is like reassuring our Fee that they'll be okay.
I think that's really interesting in what it says about how you are interpreting these different versions versus how I've been thinking about it. But it's not my complication.
I mean, you're more than welcome to contribute. Like, this can be a group effort.
No, I just wanted to make a note mentally.
I'm gonna roll the dice first. And sort of contextualize afterwards. I do want to talk a little bit about briefly, because I'm aware of the time, where I/Fee am at with the varying versions of themselves. Well, that's a negative. I rolled 2d6 and I got a 5. So,
ouch.
yeah.
Sort of cross my arms over my chest and look at Vivian. You ever watch Star Trek? I know we sort of lived in a place that was like. Have you ever watched Star Trek?
Yes. There are 2 or 3 slightly different versions floating around in my head at the moment. But yes. Go ahead.
You know how there's those theories about how teleportation works? About how you're not really being moved, but rather you're being completely disassembled and a new version of you is being put together on the other side.
Ah.
You hear that theory?
Yeah.
I worry that that's what's happening here. I don't know. It just. You know why I joined that project? Or that version of me joined that project?
I don't.
I was hoping to figure out why I can do what I can do. And about if there was a way for people to be connected in the same way. You know, every place we've been, I've thought more and more like that could maybe be the case, that maybe some people are just wired to be able to do that. My brain literally couldn't take it when we were in that fucking place with the mandate, so it shut itself down so it didn't burn out. Now we're here. Running from stuff or trapped with demons or being forced to confront the worst aspect of ourselves. And it's like, fuck. I'm not a theologian. I was never one for the existentialists, you know? I'm talking in circles. I'm sorry. I just. This person, this me, I am all of these people at once. If a person is everything they've been through and all their experiences in their life up to that point, then I can't talk about them like they're a different version of me because they're all me. And they are, I am not okay here. I'm not okay. And I want the scene to end there, unless you have something you need to add.
No, I don't have anything.
Okay.
I feel a little bit like Marius and Rebel have been like kind of on the outskirts and not necessarily involved with the goings on.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to do
Bring 'em
something
in.
with our
Bring 'em
last
in.
round of
Mhm.
scenes. Yeah.
Yeah, do it.
Do
I-
it.
I mean, I'm more commenting on that. I don't have a scene idea.
No.
I mean, I could use my scene to make the problem worse while you're thinking.
Jesus Christ.
I mean,
Not
always
just
make
running a
things
scene that
worse.
doesn't involve Marius or Rebel.
I mean, it's your scene. Do what you want with it.
Does anyone else have a plan?
I think I know what I want to do with my scene, but it's more of a solitaire, so.
Okay.
I think I may have missed a scene. I'm very tired. I
Okay.
do
Oh, buddy.
apologize.
I think everybody's now had two that they
Yeah.
sort of directed.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You missed Fee getting extremely existential.
Thank you.
A lot of navel gazing.
Hmm.
A lot of I am also a we, as Danielle Riley called me out for in the Discord server.
Yeah, I think it definitely does speak to, because I'm thinking of it the way Marius is thinking of it. Marius is compartmentalizing.
Mm.
So
Yeah, whereas Fee is very much internalizing every set of these experiences and is sort of like a new person who has all of these things that have happened to them,
yeah.
rather than it being
Rebel's
different
doing much the
folks.
same.
August, what if we play a fun game about, like, weird universe jumping? Us. What about the What does this say about the implications, though?
What does it say about the human condition and the nature of existence, though?
I mean, I'm fine with that. Like, I knew that was a
I
possibility.
know.
August. Who
The thing is, we've all listened to Friends at the Table.
Hey, I have never listened to a friend at the table in my life.
That's true.
No, but you've listened to podcasts that are very heavily rooted in Friends at the Table, so.
Yeah.
We are all a bunch of people interested in what it means to be a person at the
Yes.
end of the day, because that's what telling stories, for me, and I know for a lot of other people, is an expression of.
This
But
group of neurodivergent queers? No.
No. No, right? Why don't we have the next scene be all of us gathered together? Like, there is this disparate moment. Maybe, and maybe Talonor. Fine, we can always do like a little flashback to Talonor, so you can still do that solitaire scene, Danielle. But what if we have, like, we gather everyone together? Like, the radio's broken, but we need to sort of, like, chat about, like, is it worth going back for the mushrooms? Like, stuff like that. We need to get everyone together and talk. Maybe it's, like, Vivian just, like, watching Fee slowly unspool like a fucking egg cracked into water, like, that's not good. Let's get everyone together and do a check-in so nobody walks into the ocean. But, like, gathers everyone together. Like, they purposely, like, I am not the fucking leader. You want a leader, you be the leader. But maybe it falls back into this, if you don't mind me suggesting it, Shug. Just like, look, we all need to, like, get out of our own heads and talk to each other.
Yeah.
I think Marius goes first and is just like, the radio is no longer an option. We need to examine other means of getting off this island now. And I think they pause and then they say, I'm sorry.
I wasn't sure if it was ever going to work anyway with all of the electrical interference here. But I appreciate the honesty.
and I'll glance over to Rebel. I'm happy for this to be effectively my final scene, by the way. I'm framing this one. And said, well, thank you for bringing me back.
I wasn't going to leave you. I wasn't going to leave you.
Still gonna say thank you.
So, should we look for the lizard or look for another way to get out of this island?
The lizard isn't going to get us off this island.
Marius points at Vivian and puts one finger on their nose, like, yep, that's... Y'all know the gesture. I just made the gesture.
Yes.
You can't see it, but y'all know the gesture.
I felt it. I felt it in my bones. Good.
Mm-hmm.
We can't leave us here.
I think Talonor came back from the jungle alone. And he is wearing the hearing aids, mostly because he doesn't want to look at folks. And he's just kind of sitting on a log, like elbows on knees, head hanging down as he just kind of listens to everybody. I think Vivian did a surprisingly commendable job fixing these hearing aids, but I think, one, they're terribly uncomfortable to wear because they've got bits of other pieces of equipment in them, and they're just like bastardized, not made for ergonomics pieces of electronics. And two, I don't think the volume control works right.
Oh no.
God bless.
Oh no.
So like any time anybody's voice gets above like a low like talking to someone who's right next to you volume, he winces a little bit.
Aw.
But he's nodding along, not really contributing to the conversation.
Marius, like, looks between Fee and Rebel and says, "Are the mushrooms worth going back for?"
I mean, they're clearly useful, but I don't think in a way that is going to get us off.
Could their connectivity be interfaced with what remains of the radio? We were able to interface them with technology before.
I'm not sure they're gonna work that way this time. They put us to sleep.
I think here mushrooms are just mushrooms.
We need. What if it's the coral reefs what's causing the bulk of the issues, right? To get off the island. You know that vent we found over, and I gestured to a part of the island. There's that small overflow, like we thought it was like a pressure valve for the volcano, right? What if we could encourage a small lava flow out to the water and form like I can't think of the word, but like make it easier to get past the reef so we could get out further with the raft. What that work.
It
Like
feels
create
way
new
too
ground.
dangerous.
I don't see any other options but us leaving. So anything that we can think of to get us off the island and beyond the barrier reef, we can't take any of those options off the table.
I think we need to start, well, not start with, but one of the things we need to do is like make a raft. We and Rebel like gestures to indicate maybe not all of them, but just more like not just Talinor making the raft every time.
To be clear, he's not making the raft every time because nobody else volunteers.
Yeah.
I feel like Dirk/Rebels make a point though that if everyone is working on it though, not just Talador with some assistance, like we need to maybe put all of our brains to building a raft and the various expertise we've got. Maybe. Am I getting what you're putting down, Rebel?
Yep.
I don't think we can leave anything on the table. We tear what's left of this plane apart, and we make something stronger and something better. We came from somewhere with a lot of technology once. And we came from somewhere where a couple of us were really, really good with science and machines. I think we've got a better chance now than we have in the last 2 months.
Yeah, that's as good a plan as we're going to get. Anyone got a complication for us?
I don't want to keep being the one causing problems. I want to
Do
let other people cause
it!
problems.
Do it!
But you're good at it and we love
like,
it.
you're being so good at playing the game, August, is the thing.
It's true. You're like excellent at playing this game.
So this isn't necessarily a Jade specific complication, but I think maybe there is a well-timed earthquake. And on a positive outcome, it's just an earthquake, like it's just a tremor and nothing happens. But on a negative outcome, we've got ash spewing from the volcano in addition to the earthquake.
I was going to say, to add to the positive, and I am going to, if I can get to the right, but I'm going to kick myself back down to get an extra die. The earthquake shakes apart the structure we made with the big bit of the fuselage, like basically underscoring Vivian's suggestion, just like, gotta tear it all down. We've got to use what we've got. And it's like getting a little nudge from the island itself. Go, there you go. Have some pieces.
Yeah. Love it.
All right, 3d6. Oh boy! The 13.
Nice.
I did not need that extra d6. But yeah, so there is that rumbling and maybe a support pillar or something with with one of the palms is enough to shake. And then just like there's this sort of deep clanging sound as a piece of the fuselage like cracks down and takes one of the huts with it. And it's just sort of like, well, that feels like an encouragement more than anything else.
Yeah, because that one was mine.
And scene.
Very good. Very good. Alrighty. It is 10 to 10. I'm all right to run over. Does anybody have a hard out?
No.
I don't.
My hard out is 5:30 Eastern, so I've got
Okay.
40 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, let me
Danielle, shrug, duck.
I'm
knock
good.
out this solitaire because I'm mostly gonna abstract it anyway because I don't want to be talking
Cool.
to myself.
Fair.
I think this is Talonor going after Giazai into the jungle, and talking to him. I think he tells Giazai the whole story. And he like apologizes for the person that he has been, and like I can't promise that I'm going to be better because, you know, I don't have any history to back up that promise, and I don't know if I will remember this if my self moves on. And in a similar way to Fee having an existential breakdown with Vivian, Talonor's having an existential breakdown with Giazai. And I think the complication here, the obvious one would be like how Giazai takes it. But if someone else has an idea, I don't think we can kill Giazai here because that wouldn't make sense for what we just did.
No.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't think we can kill Giazai at all. I feel like that's a great burden for Talonor to have to bear for the rest of this.
I got a possible one for you. If you like it, please veto if you don't. And you can decide which of these is the positive or the negative outcome. One outcome is that Giazai internalizes it, takes it in. I want to be clear, he believes you either way. He's in. One direction this goes in, he's like, I love you. This change in you, this is good. I'm in. I'm going to help. And the other option is, I'm glad for you. Thank you for being honest. I don't want to do this. And is basically just like, I will get off the island with you and I don't want to be with you anymore. Because I think there's something about being like, oh, so I am a problem for you, even if you don't. And that sort of like, you know, that realization, just like, oh, I am actually not helping.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna roll that straight.
Yeah, give Giazai that agency as a reaction to this. He's out of the fridge. He's making choices.
Yeah.
I think the negative for Talonor in this situation is Giazai leaving. So it's a 6.
Oh, buddy.
Yikes.
Buddy,
Oh.
so close.
And yet so far.
Yep. So I think. Yeah, I think it's just what you said. I think they have like a relatively constructive conversation, and Talinor breaks down, and I think like Giazai kind of gets more reserved as the conversation goes on, and Talinor recognizes this, and like laboriously pulls himself together because he doesn't need to put more shit on Giazai. And you know, Giazai just basically being like, you know, I love you. I have since I first met you, and I think that we should go our separate ways after this. And Talinor doesn't argue, because there is a not insignificant part of Talinor that thinks that he's just the one who's responsible for Giazai's death all the time. And so Giazai is safer away from him. Beyond the fact that like Giazai deserves to make his choice with full knowledge of like what the fuck is happening. And Giazai's just like heads off into the trees to like fetch the water that Rebel and Fee left behind before, and Talinor just makes his sorry way back to camp.
Alrighty.
You know, my scene was going to be with Giazai, and then it became completely moot.
I mean, it could still be interesting to have that conversation with Giazai, not knowing what he and Talinor have decided.
I mean, that's fair. But
also it frees you up to do other things.
yeah. I kind of want to run a scene with Marius, but I have no idea what that would look like. I just think this dynamic is not one we've explored yet.
Yeah, I think it could be interesting, like Vivian and Marius working on the raft somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
And I'm happy to take this as my scene if you want, or it can be your scene, whichever.
Either way.
Let's determine. Let's wait until the complication and see who the complication is more fun for, and then that'll determine whose scene it is.
I think that's fun. I like that.
So yeah, so we're working on the raft together. Marius is. I think they're quiet in a way that Vivian knows is a little uncharacteristic. Like, usually Marius is giving orders, or, this Marius is, griping a little. But they're not doing any of that. They're just, like, quietly working. And I think God, how do they phrase this? Oh, I know what they say. They say, if we don't get off the island with the lizard, I don't know if we'll be able to go wherever we're going to go next. Will do you think we'll overwrite these people?
I couldn't even begin to guess what happens next. I have to believe that every one of us has a future. I want to believe that every version of us learns. I think it has to matter. If we don't manage to find the lizard, would that be such a bad thing?
Marius pauses and closes their eyes and says, I'd be overwriting a better person. Yes, I'd have a family to go back to if I stayed here, but it's not a family I earned.
Kari voice, you don't earn a family like that.
And I think Vivian just emphatically shakes their head. Just like, I don't. It's not overwriting. Can't be. Or at least, I don't get how it would be in any meaningful sense. I remember what I did last week on this island. I remember when I took the job with the airline. I remember, or at least I think I still remember what I left in my fridge at home. So I don't understand what you think would be lost.
I remember what's in a refrigerator. I remember purchasing those items. But I'm not the person who made those decisions. I'm wearing that person's skin. And I'm making decisions for them, but those decisions are based on things that they didn't do.
Well, I guess we just have different ideas of how this whole thing works.
I suppose we do, but either way, we should find the lizard. Who gets complicated?
Well,
I think it's already complicated.
yeah. I think this is fun if it's a complication for Vivian, who is actively hiding knowledge.
Sounds good.
All right. I think that conversation is happening, and your hand, Vivian, starts to itch or tingle like pins and needles, which is weird because it's not like you've been sitting on it or anything. You've just been and you've not been working with a tool that vibrates. So why would that be looking? But you look down at your hand, and this is the complication. The touch of the lizard has left its mark on you. So you're going to have to possibly spill some details. The positive outcome, or one outcome, is that the magical bullshit is starting to press in. And maybe it feels like the same sort of nudge of your sea shanties to like keep your energy up. Or maybe it feels like what was described to you in the Going Rogue universe as that like that feeling of being connected and being drawn to something. Or maybe it's the gut instinct of a con and something about to go wrong, and that knowledge to just step away before something hits you. Like, one outcome is you lean into those instincts. And on the other outcome, I think, is like you try and repress them. And I think what like maybe what Marius is saying is getting under your skin. Like you're trying, like, no, I can't believe that this is an override. That doesn't make sense. And your unwillingness to maybe buy into at least, or your need for what Marius is saying it to be wrong, because you've got your own understanding of it. Sort of, it just makes the feeling in your hand stop. Like you've shut yourself off to the possibility. Like mind over matter. And your need overrides that. I suppose this version of Vivian, or this Vivian's experiences, or this Vivian's internalizing and contextualizing overrides rather than works with the previous Vivian's experiences.
Okay. I think I have lost track a little bit of what.
I'm sorry, I got into the source.
That's fine. It's good.
Right, good consequence. You're able to go find the lizard. You fill the drawer. The lizard is this way. The negative consequence is that you don't feel that connection, and it becomes that bit harder to do so.
Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I was just thinking of a different angle on it. Of would it be more fun if the consequence is there's the connection either way. It's just a question of whether this comes out because Vivian chooses to, or if it comes out that Vivian has been lying to Marius.
Yeah, do that. Interpersonal conflict. Yay.
For reasons,
Love
I think
to
it
see
is
it.
fun if we are able to find the lizard either way. Or
Agreed.
if maybe
Absolutely
Marius is
agreed.
able to go find the lizard with other people in some sort of scene.
Yeah. Good shit.
Okay, now what do I want to have happen? Do I want to fuck Vivian over by making them a liar?
Always make it worse.
Okay, but I like Vivian though. I'm gonna roll it straight. I
Oh,
like
the
being at
irony.
+4. Yeah. That's wait. What happens on exactly a 7?
7,
succeed.
you win.
7 is a pass.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. So meets it, beats it. Good. Yeah. I think I think it is the vibe that you are going for, right? It's feeling the connection, and feeling it in all these different ways. And I think even though Vivian would have found out very soon that the reason, or at least one of the reasons they had for staying, was no longer an issue, I think they would realize, no, it has to be this way. And yeah, they will tell Marius on their own terms. They know where to go find the lizard.
May I add a detail?
Heck yeah.
Yes.
Because I think it would be I think it would be interesting if Giazai comes out of the jungle with the lizard.
Ooh.
That's really good and also funny.
Yes, good. Vivian having this heartfelt moment of like, I need to tell you something. And then it comes out just like, okay, we're gonna go find the lizard. Turn towards the jungle and out comes the other. Like, I found this fucking lizard. It just would not leave me alone.
I love
You know,
it.
like when hummingbirds get really into something people are wearing because it registers to them as a flower. Just like this lizard's like, hey, I found the plot guy. This is what all the complications are happening around. The lizard is genre savvy.
Bless.
Genre savvy.
I think we have
Really
firmly
fucking good.
established that the lizard is genre savvy.
Yeah.
Oh god, I forgot we did, didn't we?
All right.
Yep.
That is my scene.
Okay. I know what I want my scene to be, and now
Hell
that I
yeah.
think about it, it probably is kind of a solitaire
Mm-hmm.
because
We do not have a lot of time,
yeah.
so that's probably for the best.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking is Rebel goes for a swim out to the reef, and they don't know what exactly they're looking for out there, but they're just like, I bet if I go out there and I call Gibber a fuckboy, I might be able to find something.
Very good.
God, what would Gibber's influence even look like in a universe where he doesn't really exist?
This, I think. Because I think in this instance, it's like less that Gibber really has an impact and more just that like Rebel is making an active decision and taking active steps towards something that might help.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well, like you're saying about like maybe this isn't actually gibber, and just thinking about the way that a lot of mythology was how people explained world phenomena. And just like this moment of like Rebel effectively communing with nature, swimming out to the reef, and then yelling at a god from another world who is like this chaos entity, this trickster, this agent of change. It's just very cool and good.
Fuck yeah.
I think
So,
for a complication, the positive is you get an answer like you're looking for. Not necessarily because Gibber has given it to you, although maybe you want that to be the case. But like the fact that you are out here yelling at the sky allows you to witness something about how maybe the recent earthquake altered the landscape out here.
Yeah, I was going to say something like that, or like you catch your foot on a piece of coral and it makes you look down and you can see like this slight fissure has formed and there is a crack or a widening in the reef that you could get through.
And then the negative being I don't know, you get caught in an undertow and we have to risk like supplies or something to go get you.
Yeah, maybe we just like have to leave sooner.
Yes, we have to launch before we're
now.
ready.
Yeah, that makes sense. I am going to spend one of my karma dice to make this more positive. I'm going to have a bad outcome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got an 11. So,
Fuck
yeah, I think it's a combination of things. I swim, Rebel swims out there and, like, catches their foot, and I, like, see something about the way the coral is shifting and about the way the water is shifting in relation to the coral. And I'm able to, like, pinpoint what's happening and this location so that when it's time for us to leave, I can give the heading and help us all get out of here.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Very cool.
All right. You want to bring us home, August? Metaphorically and literally?
Yeah. Shoot, I mean, I feel like this is all of us. We're on our vessel.
We're on a boat.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far. But we've got our supplies, we've got our heading, and we're underway. And I think this is, I don't know that we necessarily have to go too deep into it. I just feel like the complication has to do with us making it out.
I don't want us, like, whether we make it out to be a
Yeah.
complication.
Maybe, but having to do with us making it out.
Yeah, maybe a positive outcome is the thing we heard on the radio before it broke. Like, something about the fact that we received it was enough for, like, people to ping, there's something going on there that needs to be checked out. And so,
Gotcha.
like, we get outside of the barrier reef and are picked up very quickly. And if it's a negative, then we are in some, like, life up high, sorry fucking state when we're finally found.
I kind of like the negative outcome. I kind of like us suffering a little bit more.
Shocking! Shocking!
Never.
So I'm going to roll 3d6, and I'm going to adjust my karma track. That's the wrong tab. And I'm going to roll...
Jesus.
So I rolled a 7, a 7 minus 1, so I rolled a 6.
That
We're
was the
so
margins
close.
you could have done that. Incredible.
Out of the frying
We
pan
were-
into the fryer.
Yup. But... And I think that this is one of those things where, you know, we're super ragged by the end, but I feel like instead of us, like, being at each other's throats, I do think that this is one of those things where we come together in solidarity, and that's the only way we survive, by the skin of our teeth. I don't want this to be something that drives us apart.
No. Yeah. I think it's like a montage of all of us using every fucking skill we have.
Mm-hmm.
And have accumulated in order to make it.
Yeah. All right. So this brings us to the finale rolls. Once all the players have directed their scenes, it's time to make the final karma roll and narrate the finales. Finales don't have any input from other players, and they are not interrupted with a complication. A good finale is a short vignette that describes how your character's story ends. All the players make a karma roll by rolling the 5 dice listed in their current space that their token is on in the karma pool track on their character sheet. Trust us, we've been keeping track of that. I know it sounds complicated when you say it out loud. The number of good and bad karma dice in your pool will shift throughout the game, but it will always be a 5 dice pool. So I guess we'll go in alphabetical order. So I will still open the wrong tab. I will roll my 5d6. One of which is negative. So I will take the last one from the sum of the first ones. Ooh, and my result is a 14, if I'm reading that correctly. So positive result means I get to direct my finale any way that I want to. If you get a negative result, then your finale has to be a bummer for your character. Positive results can still be bummers if you want them to be, but they don't have to be bummers. So next on the list, let's go Danielle.
Okay. I have 5 positive dice.
Oh, nice.
Because I play games to win. I play karma like I play fucking
Fiasco.
no, Star
Blades.
Oh,
yeah. Play to win.
17.
Nice.
I like that even though I have more positive dice, I only rolled one higher than you. Or, well, I guess two higher because you subtracted one.
Yep.
But still. Okay.
All right, Duck.
Okay. I have 4 negative dice and 1 positive.
Jesus Christ,
Buddy.
Duck.
Oh,
Yeah.
Rebel.
This is about to be a bad time.
Rebel.
I mean, you could roll a 6 and then 4 ones.
Fingers crossed. That's kind of what I was hoping for. This is almost definitely not gonna happen, but
Yikes.
Oh.
It did not, no.
That is
nope. That is
that is a negative 10.
14.
Wait,
Yes.
yeah.
Yep. Negative 10.
Wait,
4
Yeah, it's
and then
negative.
minus
right.
14.
Okay, yep, I gotcha.
Good lord.
I did math wrong.
Okay. I got 3 positive, 2 negative. I ended up back where I started in terms of dice. So 3 positive, 2 negative. Okay. Yep, I'm good. I ended up with 10 minus 4 is 6.
Yep. Shrog, bring us home.
And I've got 4 positive, 1 negative. That is 5, 2, 5, 1, and 1. I'm at a 13. No, I
Lucky
can't
for
do math.
some.
You're at a
Well,
12.
That's a 12. I'm an engineer. It's fine.
All right. So, starting with the player who has the highest roll, we take turns narrating our finales. So we would start with Danielle, and then I think it's me, and then Shrog, and then Jade, and then
Mhm.
Dirk.
Yeah, Danielle, tell us about how Talinor has the best ending here.
So, hold on.
It's the best ending because he gets to go to therapy.
God, he needs it.
He really fucking does. Okay.
So dealer's choice, Danielle.
So, I think we were all rescued. We're in rough shape. Very much, like, I'm envisioning the scene at the end of Titanic where, like, they have picked up all the survivors and they've got, like, fucking shock blankets and
Mm-hmm.
and we're kind of like being looked over by a medical team, and we're taken back to whatever mainland, and at some point have to go separate ways, at least for a little while. I think it is not unusual for us to stay in contact in this kind of situation, even before taking into consideration all of everything. And I think when we get pulled back, if we get pulled back, I don't think it's at the same time for everybody.
I see you. Sorry, I ripped loving motherfucker. I see you. I see you.
And I don't think that when we go, we leave behind a hole, right? I think there is a person who continues on to live this life. I don't think it's particularly interesting to answer the question of what that person remembers.
Yeah. I was gonna say I think that is not something that we should concern ourselves with.
Yeah.
We can each have our own idea, and that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But can I share mine? Because I really have thoughts about this.
After, I think. And I think we see Talinor adjusting to this life. I think he's let go from his job and has to find another job, which is fine. But he doesn't fit into that same corporate culture anymore. And he just tries his best to keep going. I think Giazai leaving is, in its own way, a huge relief. Because so much of his experience is without him. And then Giazai gets to, like, be happy and not tied down to this motherfucker. And, you know, just going to therapy and trying to make this version of him better and, like, get himself in a good position if he does go back, and, like, keeps in text contact with the others, but I don't think he, like, calls them to talk a whole lot. And I think one day he, like, gets home from therapy to his, like, studio apartment, and, like, hangs up his keys, takes his tie off, and starts fixing himself some, like, herbal tea or something. And as he reaches for the tea bags, I think he sees the lizard sitting on the little canister. And I think we lost track of the lizard. And so seeing it is like, how the fuck did you get here? But also you're a weird mystical teleporting being, so I guess this makes as much sense as anything else. And then he blinks and there's a flash of light. And he's somewhere else.
I know, mechanically speaking, our currently muted August would be going next, but given plot, did you want the rest of us to go and then we finish with you?
Yeah, we can do that.
Cool.
Gives me time to think on something.
Cool. Then shrug.
All right. So I think Vivian, in the hubbub of the rescue, whatever coverage is happening, I think that they end up getting pulled away by the airline to answer a lot of questions.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of it, they quit on the spot. Just like, I cannot go back to this job.
And they're like, fair.
But yeah, it's a little confusing to be back. They track down Ed's family, pay their respects. So they're left busy for a while. And they keep being pestered by the lizard. But they keep shooing it off, just like, no, later, I have stuff to do.
I love that visual so much. Holy shit.
It's great.
Yeah. I think they try to track down Talinor again to apologize for putting so much weight on, coming back to a place where he could be better now, and then it still didn't work the way that they thought. And I don't know if they find him or not, but it's just something that weighs on them. They try to track down Fee, just to make sure that they're not alone. They try to lay down as many roots as they can, so that whatever happens next, they'll have some support with them. And it's generally hard to get back on their feet. They've spent a lot of their life working toward this, flight attendant career, and then they threw it away for very understandable reasons. But they're left with a lot of choices to make, and they try to apply what they've learned to put themselves in a good spot. And then, finally, they'll see the lizard again. Be like, all right, fine, if you must. And they also wake up.
I think for Fee, it turns out being a consultant for TV and movies, they really like the more stuff you can consult on. Probably ends up like writing a spec script and against the advice of their therapist. Is like doing consulting on a show about a plane crash. Lost happened later in this universe, the TV show. As you do. Fee has big beef with J.J. Abrams. That's funny to me. And they still like actively pursue their interests on communication and connecting with people. And writes journals and journals and journals about the memories of the other lives that they can remember in case they forget, in case They want to be able to remember. And if nothing, if they don't lose anything, then maybe they'll write a book, a fictional novel. Who knows? But they do stay in contact with Vivian. They touch base with Talonor. They keep watching What the Ghost. Just starts leaving comments on videos and stuff. Just engaging with that. Like, makes more of an effort to be connected to people. Like Vivian, laying down roots. And maybe moving away from this life of hopping around. Until I just like the visual of them being like at the pool or something, or just like a place. This is really amusing because I've been doing my coloring apps while we play, and I'm doing a mystery one at the moment, and I've just realized it's a fucking lizard. So that's incredible. I realized a few minutes ago what I was doing, and I'm like, oh, well, that's just brilliant, Myers. And yeah, it shows up. And they're just like, I hope I remember you. All of them. And yeah, wake up.
I think for Rebel, we do see after they get rescued, like they're an internet personality and they don't have like a lot of coworkers. So like working with them to do their internet stuff. So the time without them has a negative impact on like all of their work. And um eventually like basically they get canceled um by the internet, and eventually they stop doing their music. They get like a very normal type of job, like a call center job or something like that. And um they eventually like have to like uh wash out all of the dye, cut off the ends of their hair that are dyed. They start like removing the piercings, and they become a very I don't want to say like a very boring person, but they just sort of lose interest in participating in this particular universe and just sort of do enough to get by. And they do that for a long time. And we do see like Rebel just fully missing opportunities to connect with people outside of the group. Like they stay in contact. If anybody texts them, they text back. If they get invited to go out for like lunch or dinner or whatever, they's like, yeah, sure, I can do that. But like we see like people flirting with Rebel, and Rebel either not noticing or deliberately ignoring them. And it happens on multiple occasions. And just Rebel sort of becomes something of a shadow of their self, and I think doesn't even notice when the lizard comes around or like sees it and is like, oh, that's an interesting stuffed toy,
Mm-hmm.
and reaches out to grab it.
All right.
So I think this is Marius getting rescued and going back to their old life. And I think that this life chafes a bit at first, and they play it off as like, I've been stuck on a deserted island for almost 2 months. I'm just having trouble getting readjusted, and I think that Kari and Annabelle and Davy and Theo all buy that. And Marius slowly like falls into the groove. They pick up what the ghost again. Because I think, what the ghost, decided, they couldn't do it without Marius, so they canceled the show. But they spool it back up again once Marius is back on their feet. And I think it goes pretty well for Marius for a while. I don't think that they try their best to live their life the way that they remember living it before.
Mm-hmm.
And in their mind, it's them trying to do this Marius proud.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that when the lizard comes, it's a relief, because they never quite get over the suspicion that they're just wearing someone else's skin.
Mm-hmm.
And so when they see the lizard, they take a moment. They don't immediately go to the lizard. I think they, like Vivian, they shoo the lizard off briefly. And I think that they do some small things for the people that they've learned to care for in their life.
Mm-hmm.
They're not overtly saying goodbye, but they're saying goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
And then they find the lizard again, and they reach out for it, and they wake up. And where they wake up is a clearing with a lot of stolen equipment. And they're surrounded by people that they haven't really seen in quite a while. And they're standing there trying to take things in, and they look around to their compatriots who are exactly where they left. But they are not exactly as they left. Marius, for their part, can feel kind of a tightness in their chest. And they know instinctively that if they were to look in the mirror, there would be scars from the bullets that they took when they were trying to get Fee and escape the mandate. And they try to meet their, at this point, friends' eyes to see if their friends are there too.
I think Talinor gets up slowly, and his skin is more weathered than it was. It's much more like the weathered tan that he got from the Ocean Tides world, and he has the slightly longer hair of the most recent worlds, and several other just like small changes, some more obvious than others. You're a dog, you have to wait. And he meets Marius's eyes and nods. Yeah.
I think Rebel gets up and their hair is, instead of whatever color it was before, entirely black, which is like their natural color. But they don't really notice it. They do notice that their hands are calloused in strange places, like their fingers and palms are calloused in strange places that I think Palinor and Marius, especially, and probably also Vivian, would recognize as being from the Astroblade. But Rebel sort of gets up and notices Marius looking at them and sort of does a little wave like, okay, and then looks around and says, well, I guess that didn't work. And whatever Marius is looking for, they don't see it in Rebel.
Damn.
I think it's hard to see at first whether Vivian has changed at all, because I think physically they are made largely the same. I think it's mostly just, are they more tan? And even mentally, it's like there's the incredible lows of going rogue mixed with the incredible highs of Ocean Tides. And I think they get to pick some of the pieces. But definitely, they give Marius an incredibly wide smile. It's like, oh yes, it did work.
And for Fee, again with the hair, it's very much, they look more, although the clothes are, as you would recognize, their hair is very like how their human disguise looked in Ocean Tide. It's that same sort of slightly longer style with their red, and their eyes seem a little bigger, which is a weird thing, but it's something there. They're definitely more freckled, like somebody who has spent a lot of time outside. Even if it's got some of their natural paleness. There's sort of a sadness. I think that this original world's Fee didn't have, but the smile that they give the others is very real as they touch the ground where the mushrooms are. And you guys all hear in your heads, except Rebel, because they've already picked up, oh, they don't remember. And they say to all of you, I can hear so much more now. Because what they brought with them was the Force connection from the going rogue
Oh my
universe.
god.
The Force might not exist in the same way in this world, but they've tapped into that web of connection that they were searching for when they joined this experiment. But they will go nudge Rebel's shoulder, just like, you want to go get a drink?
Rebel looks a little startled.
Just as
and
friends. And winks at them.
Sure. It, like, it's a very uncertain response.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. And Fee doesn't begrudge them that response. And just doesn't full on like talk to them in their head, but it does sort of just try to put off this vibe of, it's all good, I don't expect anything from you, I like your company, you did good work here. It's just trying to put out a soothing vibe without coming across like, this is fine, you are fine, because doesn't want to deny Rebel the growth that Zay had, even if Zay doesn't remember having it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Rebel is just like, yeah, sure. I think we probably all need drinks after vague gesture. That. And sort of deflects in a way where, like, yeah, sure, let's get a drink. Let's all get a drink.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I think Talonor gets up, bones creaking. Because I think this Talonor is possibly the oldest of the versions we saw. And he makes the hand sign at Vivian, and then goes and helps Marius to their feet. Just like, good work, Professor.
Vivian looks visibly relieved as they give the sign back. Well, General, Professor, I certainly hope you had an exit strategy.
Sound of sirens in the distance.
End scene.
Beautiful. Beautiful. What a love it.
All right. So that has
Oh.
been the Ultraviolet Catastrophe, a 5-part miniseries brought to you by Standing Stones and Hearthside Enclave.
Shout out to August for orchestrating this delightful journey that we have been
This
on
was
together.
sick.
I deeply appreciate y'all humoring me and going on this journey with me. It has been a delight. And let's do outros, starting with Shrog.
I have been Shrug. I have been so lucky to be on this little mini-series. I deeply appreciate the opportunity. It's been so fucking fun. You can continue to find me on the internet if you so choose. I will continue to be mysterious about this. Yeah.
I've been Jade. If you like the way I toy with my emotions and the emotions of my co-players, come listen to Follow the Leader or Dumb Kids Playing Hero. We do much of the same. My pain is your pain is my pain. Together we will tell stories. It'll be grand. I'm on the internet at Jade Oxford Rose.
I've been Dirk, and even like Shrog, I am so happy I had the chance to be a part of this. This was so much fun. Rebel has not grown as a character, but I have grown as a player. There will be more suffering in the future for my characters. You can find me at Hope's Hearth Pod. You can find me on Tumblr, avoiding the Minecraft from August. And yeah.
And I've been Danielle. You can continue to find me on the internet at RedtailTalk90. Check out The Room Where It Happened, which does GM'd games instead of the GM-less games that Follow the Leader does. But we have a very fun time doing it. You can find that where you get your podcasts. Just The Room Where It Happened. The SEO isn't great, but that's fine.
And I've been August. You can continue to find me on Twitter at HarpyDora for the time being, on Tumblr at Strange Harpy if you want to be inundated with Minecraft YouTube posts. You can find the podcasting guild I'm a part of with most of these lovely folks, Standing Stones, at Stones_standing on Twitter, and Standing Stones Productions on Tumblr, though I'm really bad about updating the Tumblr. You can find Hearthside Enclave on Tumblr. Is that just Hearthside Enclave, Dirk?
I think it's
no,
HS Enclave.
Yeah, HS Enclave sounds right. And I'm pretty sure Hope's Hearth and Abbey Archives are on Tumblr as well.
Okay. Well, you should be able to find those through HS Enclave, through that Tumblr, I imagine. So, all right. That's been us. That's been the Ultraviolet Catastrophe. I think at this point, we've been going for a little over 5 hours. I think maybe we need to let Jade go to bed.
Yes.
That's fine.
Good night, y'all.
Good night, everybody.
Have a good one. Be safe. Thank you for
Bye.
being with us.
Yeah.